You could have prevented this with a Simplymod phone holder. Simplymod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a Simplymod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a Simplymod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, GTE or Formula 1 wheel. Visit Simplymod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Ladies, gentlemen and others, welcome to the 5th round of the Simplymod Endurance Series. Today, we head to virtual Portugal and to the Algarve International Circuit. This is a proper driver's circuit with the undulating terrain and fast, tricky corners, giving it that real old school type of feel, despite the fact that the track was only opened in 2008. With 15 corners over 4.7 kilometers of tarmac just outside the town of Portimao, the roller coaster type nature of the track is sure to give us a great race today, and the drivers a tough challenge. We'll start the day off with qualifying, first for the GTE category, then for the faster LMP2 and DPIs, 20 minutes to set your lap, before a short break which is followed by our 4 hours of racing around the hills of virtual Portugal. It can be quite hard to overtake here, but if you pull off a move, it is sure to be spectacular. Keep an eye out into turns 1, 3 and 5, as these will no doubt be your main action zones today, with late dive bombs likely being the move of choice. Now let's head down to the track for qualifying, and I'm joined today by Anthony and Alfie. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. Obviously, I'm very excited for this round of ARL Simplymod Endurance, and I can't wait to see who wins.
It should be. Sorry, you carry on.
Yeah, I'm here too, and I'm doing well, thank you. This is I think it's my first time ever commentating over an endurance race, so this should be interesting. I'm a big fan of the Portimao track, so I'm hoping for some good entertainment for the 4 hours coming up and after the qualifying, of course.
Yeah, it should be great. We are currently here in the GTE qualifying session, focusing on Marcelo Tocco in the Porsche 919 RSR car. Obviously, the GTE's slowest category, so it's a bit dangerous to send them out with the DPR and the LMP2s, which go out together. Do you know how much slower they're going to be today than the other classes? It's usually around 10 to 15 seconds.
Honestly, no clue how much slower it's going to be. In Spa, the differences were obviously a bit bigger as far as I remember. They were more in the favor of the DPIs. Obviously, the DPIs being much faster in the straights than the LMP2s. And Spa is a track that really favors that.
Yeah, and obviously there's a lot of high speed, high downforce, high grip corners here at Portimao. So I think we will be seeing quite a big gap, especially down that main straight in first corner. It really requires a lot of downforce, which the DPIs obviously have the advantage over the GTEs through there. So we could be seeing get a bit interesting when the DPIs and LMP2s come to lap the GTEs. If they find themselves in a bit of a perilous situation, it could get quite interesting. So let's avoid that it stays mainly clean for the time being. But
yeah, obviously this is a very big driver's track, as you said. It's a track where you have to be a really good driver to get every single tenth out of it, with all the track limits and getting everything right off the throttle. I think one of the drivers who can obviously get everything out of this track, like Cameron Sansano, honestly a great driver for Speedy Might, and obviously Alex Tunbridge is one of those as well, I know. So Max Jansen as well, one of the favorites to win in GT. I'm sure you know, Ross.
Yeah, it's so it should be tight between the GTs. There's a lot of quality in the GT field. Some big teams got the Speedy Might, the Royal Racing. Obviously, we've got focusing on the Sim Apex guy with Max Jansen, as you just mentioned. He's a very quick driver. If I'm not mistaken, he won last time out in Spa, unless I'm mistaken. I'm just trying to remember what happened there.
Yeah, he did. Ibrahim Khan was obviously one of the favorites to win as well, but Max Jansen's pure pace just beat Ibrahim, and Ibrahim just couldn't catch him, unfortunately, in that Seawolf car.
Yeah, it's so maybe Ibrahim Khan will be looking to try and change that today. Obviously, Seawolf have been dominating the DPI, even in the LMP2 category so far this season. They're leading both the championships in that regard. Sim Apex Junior number 68 car has the lead in the championship in the GTE category. So we will have to see whether Seawolf do lie second in that category as well. So we'll have to see if they can do anything about that. They're not too far behind, coming up to the 20 points, so they can definitely make a difference here and at the next race, which is the 12 Hours of Le Mans. But we'll also have the LMP3 category in the field just to spice it up a little bit for the last race. So we think they should be just a little bit faster than the GTEs. Depends what the weather's like. Depends if anyone has any damage. We could see if there's a particularly fast GTE, there could be quicker than one of the slower LMP3 cars. We'll have to see. Obviously, we're not at Spa right now. Currently, we're at Portimao, and that's going to be our focus today, as one of the cars just goes well off the track there into turn one. I assume they were pulling over after their lap. It's a long way around here. As I mentioned, it's 2.7 miles. I believe I did say that. I hope I said that. It's 2.7 miles, or about 4.8 kilometers. So it's a long lap. Quite a decent time to get round. So we'll could see several drivers just kind of giving up, frankly, later on into the qualifying session, as they just can't be bothered to go around again. So we'll have to see if that happens. Currently, we've got the Speedy Might 1 and 2 on top of the field, and then Max Jansen in that Sim Apex he's 4 tenths down. The Speedy Might cars are right on each other as well. There's only half a tenth between them. So they could be a bit feisty early on in the race. So we'll have to keep an eye out for them. As Ben Crooks sets a new fastest last sector, but doesn't go faster than Max Jansen. He lies fourth. He's the fastest Porsche in that Seawolf car before he goes into the pits. It's a fairly big field. It looks like we've got here today. Fairly big GTE field. We've got 18 cars out on the track at the moment. All kind of in the high 38s, low 40s, into the low 40s. The slowest that we've got is a 158, so I think that may have been a bit of a cruise around there. by Peter Schoenemann in the in whatever team that is, because he's in the Ace Racing League skin that has been provided for him. So the live timing won't tell us what team he's in. So as I mentioned earlier, there's 20 minutes for the GT qualifying, and then there is a 5-minute break where you can finish your lap, and then you have to head back to the pits, and then the LMP2 cars and the DPI cars will head out at the same time, and they then set their 20 minutes qualifying with another 15-minute break before the race commences. 4 hours of racing. Not touch on wood that nothing irregular happens. Last time we saw our first red flag, and there was a bit of a mishap in the timing. So hopefully this time we should be able to sort out. The rulebook is that when there is a red flag due to a server crash, the clock continues to count down. However, last time we had a bit of an issue, and we ended up going from the same time, so we did have to end the stream early as a result, so our apologies for that. Hopefully this time that doesn't happen. But knowing rFactor 2, a server crash, it's not a matter of if it happens, it's a matter of when it happens. It's a lovely sim like that, rFactor. It's great. I can't think of my words, sorry. It's the physics, they're fantastic, very realistic, probably the most realistic simulator out there, especially in terms of tires and general simulation. But the servers can be a bit iffy at times, so we'll let it slide for this time.
I mean, I can't agree with you and fully. I mean, obviously Studio 397 have been making some really great changes recently, and the servers have been fixed for the most part in the recent patches, and so I think it's honestly just a testament to how well they've been doing for this game and the amount of things they do.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when rFactor got released by Studio ISI, rFactor 2, it was a bit of a broken mess, to put it kindly. Studio 397, they've done a fantastic job of rescuing what I mean, obviously it's not perfect, but they've done what they can with it, and it's really, come good. The graphics have massively improved. There's been physics tweaks. The game-breaking bugs have started to disappear. I haven't had a screen freeze on rFactor in a long time now. Maybe different for other people. Obviously, the force feedback's got a lot better as well. So it is really good to see that the game is improving as time goes on. Obviously, it's probably coming towards the end of its game cycle now. Probably. I'd expect that the Studio 397 probably start to be thinking about maybe developing an rFactor 3, probably running on the same motor, but just improved physics and all that, as we follow Gergo Vittori in the Porsche now, as he just crosses the line to finish his lap. So 141.15. It's a 1.4 even. Sorry, it's a decent lap. It still seems that the Ferrari has the upper hand in this championship. And we know the Porsche and the Ferrari are the two fastest GTE cars, and they do kind of swing to and fro on each track. But at the tracks we've been to so far this season, the Ferrari has just been the faster car. I'm not sure if that's just. I think that's just coincidence. I don't think the Ferrari is out and out faster than the Porsche, but I just think on the tracks that we've raced at, it really has suited the Ferrari. Pretty much the entire field now is in the Ferrari or the Porsche, and I do say that literally. I'm just looking through the live timing now, and I cannot see anybody. There is a BMW M8 with the Brazilian racing team, which the Seawolves are in the Porsches, but and there's a couple other teams in the Porsches, but most of the teams are now using the Ferrari, so that it just runs very well. It's very easy to drive. It's very easy to set up. And we just see Sean Jacobs there in the Speedy Mike car, just taking the pole by almost 2.5 tenths. That's a big lap there. Still a Ferrari 1-2-3 and a Speedy Mike 1-2 into the mid-38s now. The track evolution starting to set in a bit, obviously, as the session goes on. The track's going to get faster and faster as more rubber gets laid down on the racing line as the cars go round. Now, obviously, what I'm expecting to see, as per normal, is we'll see everybody dive out of the pits in the last. I'm not quite sure what Gergo's doing here, just pulling off to the side of the track. Okay, It appears he's just gone back to pits. I'm not sure you're allowed to do that, but we'll let it slide. Where was I? Yeah, what we'll expect to see as normal is in the last kind of 5 minutes of qualifying, everybody's going to dive out with as little fuel as possible because that is when the track is at its best. That's when you're going to get your best lap in. When you piece it all together, that's when it's going to be the fastest. So we'll have to wait until then to say for certain who's going to be on pole. It's about 7 minutes till the end of this session. So, or the end of the GT segment of the session anyway. So we'll have to see. As we follow David Martin in the Porsche. Down in 11th place, 140.4, they're not faster in his personal best. There are a couple of teams, they could just be trying to see the difference on pace between the different tyres at some point. Obviously, practice is good and all, but you know, you really want to stack it up and see where your pace is compared to your rivals. So if you've set a good lap early on, you know, in the middle of the session, you may just be trying to run the mediums or the hard tyres just to see where they stack up against. I'm presuming that most of the drivers will be running the hard tyres in all of their stints today. I'm not sure where the stints are going to line up. It could be on 40 minutes, could be on 30 minutes, could be an hour stint around here. I'm not sure. We'll have to see as the race unfolds, as we follow Max Jansen, who's down in 5th place at the moment. It's a bit low from him. He's usually a lot further up the grid than this. He's 8/10 off the speedy Mike Ferraris, who seem to have got a real rocket ship under them today. Just really got a setup in. I'm sure we'll see Max out there and banging in a decent lap time in a minute because he's a very quick driver. That Sim Apex squad, it's very good. Obviously, the Sim Apex cars, you know, they've been winning ARL championships for a while now. You know, it's almost kind of become their championship in a respect because they are in the F3 series. They've won all 3 seasons of that. I believe they won a couple of the categories in the first season of the endurance, and they are leading the championship in the GTE category with the 68 junior car. And Max Jansen, though, he's, like I said, down in 5th. It's not the greatest performance from him, I must say, but when you look at the times of those speedy Mike Ferraris, you know, they're the 2nd place Ferrari, the 71, is almost 8/10 of a second ahead of the Royal Racing car in 3rd place. They are the only cars in their 38s at the moment, so they are. I'm not sure if they've got a setup on specifically for qualifying or if they've just got a rapid car on beneath them today, but we'll have to see because a similar thing happened out at Sebring, where the cars were just absolutely rapid during the early stages of the race, and then coming into the latter stages, they just fell off. That's how it works in endurance racing. You've got to set the car up right, and you've just got to stay consistent over the race, because otherwise you're not going to go anywhere. It's not won on the first lap. It's won over hours and hours of driving. So we'll have to see what happens. I believe we're in the last 5 minutes of qualifying now, but everyone's coming to the pit, so that could be the end. I'm not sure. Maybe everyone's just coming in for the last pit stops. We'll have to see.
Probably. There's still at least 5 minutes to go, so...
Yeah, so we should be seeing everyone coming back out in a minute now as we focus on Sean Jacobs in that speedy Mike car that is on the pole, the 51. It's setting another purple first sector, and there's traffic there as well, so we'll have to see what happens in the second sector. But it's flying at the moment, the speedy Mike car. It's it's just glued to the road. I mean, bit of a slide through there as I say that, but as we follow it now, and it's a yellow middle sector. I'm sure the purple would have helped with that, but he continues on his lap anyway. I don't think he's bailed yet. Still thinks he can get a faster time. Round into the last corner, you want to get as much drive as you can out of this last corner because it's such long straight, and your movements in this turn have got to be so precise just to maximise the speed onto the straight. Don't take too much curb on the exit, else it might ruin your momentum as he heads in to and he crosses the line, and it is a purple final sector, but it's not any better. But I'm sure we'll be able to have another lap, so we'll have to see as he continues to go round. We've got about 3 minutes left of qualifying. as it goes around. David Martin focusing on in the Porsche. He's a quick driver, David Martin, running very wide out of the first corner. I don't think that's going to be allowed in terms of laps. That might get a cut track because that was quite wide. As I was mentioning earlier, it's all Porsches and Ferraris apart from that one BMW who are representing the very best of German engineering, despite the fact that it's arguably the slowest car on the grid. That's just the nature of the BMW, but they're doing a very good job at the moment. They're all the way up in 8th place the last time I checked. Oh no, they're improved. They've gone up to 7th. They're above Alex Tunbridge, so they're doing a good job there. No offense to Alex or anybody below the BMW, the Brazilian racing team BMW. Doing a rather stellar job. It's a very hard car to get right. Oh, and there's a spin there from the Porsche as it just goes straight back to the pits. Yeah, as I was saying, the BMW is a very hard car to set up all the weights on the front, and it's it's a heavy beast. It's very big, very wide, and it is fast, but you just need to set it up properly. Kills the tires. It's hard to get through the corners. It's it's tough to set up. So So kudos to them for managing to get that thing into 7th. Everyone ahead of them is incredibly quick. We've got all the Speedy My cars, got all the Sim Apex cars. You've got the Royal Blue Racing 91 as well. So they've done well. There's the Seawolf car as well, who've improved up to P3. So Max Janssen's really not having a good time in the leading Sim Apex car. That's not going his way this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. Apologies for that. However, we are now coming into the last minute of qualifying for the GTE category, as we're on board with one of the Ferraris here. I'm still not confident in the corner names again. Apologies for that. My corner names have never been great. But he is just coming into up over the top half of the track, very tight and twisty, or I should correct my statement and say he's into the back end of the track as he comes into this long, sweeping, fast right-hander known as Galp, which is a great name if you ask me. You can really see here just how much the change in terms of altitude on the track. It really is an up and down roller coaster all the way across. Up the second sector of the track, and you're going up that hill and then back down across the last corner. It is simply great to see. As we have 20 seconds left here on the clock, and into this left-hander goes Peter Schoenman. He's no longer in last, I don't think, which is positive for him. He's managed to wound up in 18th out of the 23 GTE car grid that we have today. So it's good to see him improving. And qualifying now has ended for the GTE category as Ben Crooks crossed the line for his final time in that Seawolf car. It'll be 3rd place for them with a 39-minute and just under a 10th of a second. Jan-Philippe Veenstra trying to improve in the DC Racing Ferrari. Can he go any better? Yes, he does. He managed to go 12th. And here we are with Alex Tunbridge, the man himself, 9th place at the moment in the Porsche for DDoS. Can he improve as he heads into the coming into the final section of the track as well? This big sweeping right-hander. He needs to get it bang on. He's not been up this lap time though. I don't think he's going to be able to improve. He takes a bit of the curve. Maybe he's got a really good last sector in him, I don't know. And he does improve, but it's not enough to gain another place. Still just over a 10th down. Here's Colin Matchak. He's the last of the front runners out on the track. Again, he also hasn't improved in the first 2 sectors, but we'll have to see what he can do coming into the main straight. He doesn't take the curb, unlike Alex Tunbridge. You're willing the car to go faster. It doesn't go any faster. It's 5th place for Colin Matchak, and that should really be it for the GTE qualifying in terms of the top runners, if you'll excuse me, having a big yawn. And there is Jos van der Sturben. He's in 8th place. As I said before, that really should be it. I don't think we'll be seeing any more big changes in terms of positioning. So your GT qualifying will line up with the Speedy Mike 1-2 with the 51 car on pole. Sean Jacobs at the helm for the opening stint in the race, followed by Cameron Tassano in the Speedy Mike 71. They've got Ben Crooks in the Seawolf number 74 Porsche, followed by Rob Timpen in the Speedy Mike number 61 Porsche. We've got Colin Matchak in the Royal Racing Ferrari number 91, and then Max Janssen, our championship leader, in the Sim Apex 68. I believe I've made a mistake. I'm not sure he is our championship leader. I will double check that for you. He is our championship leader. I was right. I'm good like that, aren't I? And we've got Michael Aru. I can't pronounce that. Michael Aru is the Brazilian racing car. Arijo in the 18 Brazilian racing car. They stole my team's number. That's quite annoying. But we were also no longer racing in this championship, so I'll let it slide. And then we've got Jos van der Sturen in the Ferrari, again, DC Racing number 336, Claudio Souza in the Sanfrecce Porsche 199, and David Martin's managed just to improve that up to 8th. So that's a great lap from him from the number 12 Porsche with David Martin at the helm. That pushes everyone down, and then Alex Tunbridge all the way down in the low depths of 11. That's poor from Alex, I must say. Jan Feenstra in the Ferrari DC Racing number 335, then Jack Coven, followed by the OSR Racing number 80 Ferrari, piloted by Josef Frederick Suto. Then we've got Marcelo Tocco, Peter Schoenemann, Gergo Balo is really down in 17th in the Sim Apex number 69 car. That's really low from them. I'm actually a bit surprised. I wonder if he's having some technical issues at home, because they're usually well up the order. Then we've got Gergo Battori, Kevin Weiches, Bruno Fantozzi, Fernando Falas, some probably Balkan name where the lifetime can't handle all the different accents or something like that. So I'm just going to say and it doesn't have a team name, so it's the number 51 Ferrari. Then we've got, and then rounding up the field, it's Oscar Phil Sanfrecce in the Sanfrecce Racing number 118. That is it for your GT qualifying. It says there's a green light on there for now, but that is incorrect, because the stewards will be on TeamSpeak saying, no, don't go yet, for the DPIs and LMP2 qualifying. That's right. We're bringing you all the qualifyings today. Again, 20-minute session. It's gonna be close. Hopefully, it's I'm trying to stumble on words. I'm trying to follow several screens at once here. It's a bit overwhelming. Yeah, obviously the LMP2s and the DPIs are a bit of a gap between the two, but it's obviously in their respective classes. They they've got some great teams. Obviously the Seawolf cars are kind of running away with the championships a bit, just a bit. But we don't talk about that. We are not here to discuss the championship. Right now we're here to discuss the qualifying. And we're going to discuss who is going to wind up on pole for each class of the 4 hours of Algarve in the Simplymod Endurance Series. We're kind of just everyone's sitting in the pit lane, about 15 seconds to go until the green flag, as we wait patiently on board with the Jan Catal. He's the man I'd be expecting to see on pole in the in that Seawolf car. It's he was.
Can't agree with you, unfortunately. Could be just biased, but I think honestly, my man Danny Robbins, I think he has it in him to get the pole position today. Great pace overall.
We will have to see what happens. Obviously, 20 minutes to decide who's on pole. Green flag's gone. Some of the cars haven't left, and that's a bit cheeky from the DPIs there, just kind of leaving, or LMP2s even. Sure. They just kind of overtake people in the pits who are slow to react. You want to get as much track time as you can in this qualifying session, really, because there's so many DPI, so many LMP2 and DPI cars that it does really become bunched up, especially when you've got to take into account the traffic that you just don't get in the GT category, because there's not 2 classes on the track at the same time.
Sure. So, who are your favourites to get pole position then in LMP2? We know in DPI you think it's going to be Jan Catal. What about LMP2? Who has been impressing you so far?
The LMP2 I'd say is a lot closer in terms of the drivers who are able to get out there and grab pole position. I'd be inclined to say Linus Lundvall in the Seawolf LMP2 car. He's pretty rapid. One of the Sim Apex cars could be up there. One of the Drillers cars could be up there. It's really close in LMP2.
Drillers competes here.
Yeah. I lied. Drillers are not here. I lied. I was looking at the in terms of the championship table. They're not here today, unfortunately. But we moved past that. So yeah, we could be seeing a it could be really close in the LMP2 category. There's a couple of teams that could take the pole. So we'll have to see what happens. We've got 20 minutes to decide.
Of course, let's see. For me, Nova Finlandia have really been impressing me from what I've seen in the championship so far. Really new team. but they've been rapid in the midfield so far for every division they've been in.
Yeah, they
it's
have.
not usual to see a new team be so high up in any championship, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, you know, when you make a new team in sim racing, you've got to, it's like make a real team, you've got to find all the best drivers for the job, you know, you've got to be able to make setups, see what everyone likes, you know, you've got to all work together. So they've done very well, you know, currently lying down in 15th and 16th in the championship, but, you know, they've got points, and the leading over Finlandia car, the number 50, it does have 20 points on the board. That does just highlight how close the LMP2 Championship is at the moment, when you bear in mind that they're all the way down in 15th with 20 points. That's a great effort from them. But you know, up the top of the field, it is really tight. You know, the top 5 teams in this championship, which is the Seawolf car, the two Drillers cars, Royal Blue Racing, and the Blue Steel car, they're all covered by 15 points. It's really close. So
yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing any more Drillers in Blue Steel, though, as far as I know. So it's just down to Seawolf and Sim Apex now, isn't it?
It is really, and obviously Royal Blue is still in there as well, still 10 points behind. So, I mean, obviously the next race as well is the 12 Hours with Mon, so that's going to be a real challenge to try and wrap up the championship there. Anything can happen, especially in 12 hours. So we'll have to see what can happen as we...
Danny Robbins there crashing in the final corner while trying to overtake an LMP2.
Yeah, so, you know, obviously that's not ideal. Don't want to damage the car in qualifying. That's the time you've got to spend in pits repairing it. As we're on board with what Lewis says now on the as he frowns the final corner. That seems to be the hot spot for being on board with the cameras. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, obviously you've in the DPI category, you've got to deal with kind of getting past the LMP2 cars that are on their hot laps, and in the LMP2 category, you've got to deal with the DPIs that are trying to get past you. And, you know, you're not going to let them through, because that's going to compromise your lap, and that in turn compromises the DPI's lap. So it is really in terms of who's going to be able to get the best track position for the job, you know. So at the end of the day, you could have a car that's a second faster than anything else, and you might wind up in the midfield simply because you encounter traffic on your lap. So it's we'll have to see what happens here. It looks like the DPIs are not too much quicker than the LMP2 cars, only about 2 or 3 seconds. So it's a lot closer than we've seen at other tracks at Silverstone. If I remember correctly, they were about 10 seconds faster.
It's actually really slow for now. Jan Katau is less than a second faster than the current LMP2 pole sitter, which is on provisional pole right now, Mantos Ricus for Sim Apex.
Yeah, that is a little bit uncharacteristic of Jan Katau. Usually he's well up there. I remember at Silverstone, the DPI category was about 10 seconds faster than the LMP2s. So I'm not sure if that's just a a characteristic of the track, or maybe the DPI cars haven't really hit their full stride yet. We'll just have to see. They're all tricky cars to drive.
So it's just a track that plays into the LMP2's favor this time. You know, there's more corners, bendy, and acceleration is more important here, which obviously is where the LMP2 gains on the DPI the most. Plus, it's a shorter track, obviously.
Yeah, it's a reasonably long track in terms of actual distance, but in terms of like where the track goes, Silverstone obviously is curving in and out of its own area, so Portimao's basically just a glorified oval in a big sense. So you've obviously the LMP2 cars being significantly lighter than the DPI cars over the top of the mountain. Or the hill. I'm expecting them to have a bit of benefit up there. There is already a steward report in. DDoS Racing 75 car have already asked for the 64 Sim Apex to have a penalty for giving them damage in qualifying. So that's interesting. Or I take that back. That's the Sim Apex car defending the DDoS car. So no penalties given, just a warning there. And there is someone purple in the middle sector. Ernest Lappin's here. Looks like he's going to cross the lines to try and take on. He goes second overall. That is a mega lap from Ernest in the LMP2. Simply astonishing stuff there. You know, Ernest is a quick driver, but that's phenomenal. That is, you know, to get within 8/10 of Yankatang on that leading Seawolf car that's been so dominant the last couple races. That's pretty special. Pretty special lap from Ernest there in the AFP number 99 LMP2 car. He heads back out from the pits now, just kind of watching down. He's Danny Robbins. There you go.
And Andre goes even faster by 8 thousandths of a second. That's very close.
There you go. Here comes the DPI army as they come through. It's very close to the top. There's 8 thousandths of a second in it between the pole man and second place, Danny Robbins. And we've got Yankatao currently lining up in third, and Ernest Lappin's in fourth. He's on pole in the LMP2 category, and there's a car off there, and it's just gone straight back to the pits. Didn't quite see who that was.
That was Danny Robbins.
And that was Danny Robbins. Thank you for clearing that up for me.
Very unlucky for Darius Andre this season, though. As far as I know, looking from the standings, I don't think he's been able to, or his car hasn't been able to really finish well this season, even though they have the pace to win. Really bad luck for them. I remember in Spa they go penalty and then they crashed, as far as I remember. Maybe you can correct me.
Yeah, that Sim Apex DPI, it's had some pretty rotten luck, but it's good to see him setting a good lap. You know, it's also interesting to see the Seawolf car not being on top like I predicted it would be. And it's interesting to see the Sim Apex car that high up. You know, I was expecting it to be Seawolf, then Danny Robbins, and then the Sim Apex car in third, but no, in fact we've just seen a completely inverted round, so that's quite interesting to see, as Yankatao's gone purple in the first sector though, so that my statement could be about to be correct. As he rounds Galp the final corner, takes a lot of curve there, coming onto the main straight.
You could have prevented this with a Simplymod phone holder. Simplymod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a Simplymod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a Simplymod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, GTE or Formula 1 wheel, visit Simplymod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Fly so much higher. Fly.
authentic this with the Simplymod phone holder. Simplymod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a Simplymod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a Simplymod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, GTE or Formula 1 wheel. Visit Simplymod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description.
Yeah.
Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Hello, how's it all going? We've managed to return for the time being. Apologies for leaving you here. We were having some technical issues on our half, but we appear to have fixed them just in time for the race, which is pretty lucky. So we will take that. Just sitting here on the grid now, with the LMP2s now pulling away. So here's the car at the front of the grid. It's the DPI of Darius Andre, the 64 Sim Apex car. Set an astonishing lap in qualifying to put himself ahead of the pack, just leading everyone away on the formation lap. So we'll hopefully we can avoid any problems on the side of communications. We can avoid any problems on the side of the server. We can just have a nice clean race. And just hopefully we can last the entire distance. That would be nice. As it just on the very slow formation lap.
We'll go through the grid then, maybe.
Yeah, maybe we should go through the grid. That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Alright, so we just
we'll wait a second, and the grid will probably presentation will start shortly, I'm sure.
There we go. Oh yeah, we've just finalised everything being fixed. So there we are then, just with Yankatao on his way round.
So I'm wondering what happened to Ernest Lapins. It's in last for some reason.
Maybe they got a penalty. Hang on, let me check the steward report. Ooh.
Yeah, Discord is broken. It's
Discord's
not
having a
sending
moment.
messages.
Alright, Discord is having a moment.
Yeah, Discord is just broken. We can talk though, but yeah, it's not good.
This is great. Oh, Discord's completely scuffed. Oh, just work.
Nah.
Sorry, everybody. Technical issues still running.
Well, we
As well.
can't just type and chat, but I don't know. Discord is just a...
Oh, I'm trying to send messages and it's not working. Right, let me just, I'm not getting anything, it's not Right, alright, well we're coming down now to the start of the race for the DPIs. Oh, at least there's something there.
I'll try to find out why Lapins isn't last even though he qualified on pole.
Here we are then.
Every turn one, apparently Lapins got every turn 1 in pole and Q. So
Yeah.
whatever, I guess that's how it is.
Here we are then, DPI category ready to get underway. 6 of them. To start the 4 hours of Algarve at the Simplymod Endurance Series round 5. And it looks like the green flag has not dropped just yet. All the way down the pit straight, and now it has gone. Green flag has dropped, and away.
Starts from Darius Andre. Oh
Yeah, he's wow. That's a fantastic start from Darius Andre. He's just
getting up into P2 now.
And can we keep it clean through turn 1? Looks like we can. Nobody off on the background. No yellow flags out in the background. Oh, and there it is.
Gray and Alfie Verkanen.
Oh no, and that is the Pride Racing car, I believe.
Yep. And
Here's
now
the
for
LMP2.
LMP2. Let's see how they go. Green flag.
And off they go.
Wreckers. I start from him.
And away goes the Sim Apex car. Off into the distance as well. It's great starts from both Sim Apex cars in the DPI and LMP2 category. As a car running wide there out the first corner. Seems to have kept it clean though. No contact this time around. There seems to be a bit of a lock up there into turn 3. It's all a bit chaotic on the first lap here at Portimao. The GTE should be pulling away shortly as we follow the leading Sim Apex car. And there they are, the Speedy White cars 1 and 2 on the grid, very wide apart at the start of the GT categories. This absolute cluster of Ferraris, and away they go. Oh, and the lead Speedy White car's got away really poorly, and that's like one of the Porsches to jump. It looks like the Sim Apex Ferrari's going to be able to jump it as well. And there's a rear wing already flying off in the background. And they head down into the first corner. Can they keep it all clean through here? Looks like they are going to be able to. Yes, they are. Great stuff. Heading into turn 3 now. Maybe the odd cheeky dive bomb's going to be attempted. And no, all seems pretty steady away. Bit of contact there between the two Ferraris in front of Alex Tunbridge, who are on board with it at the moment. As the DPIs have already completed their first lap, so they're going to be hitting the GTEs very, very quickly. So that's going to be something to watch out for, trying to wiggle your way through a very bunched up field of GTE cars. On board with what I believe is one of the Speedy Mike cars now. No, it isn't. I lied. Apologies. We're on board with Cameron Sansano, who is in 3rd place as he works his way around. My live timing's having an issue. Oh, it's all going wrong. Sorry, we are trying our very, very best here to try and get this. It's all a bit slapdash. Everything's not working. So we're trying our best. On board now with Linus Ludvall, who's in P2 in the LMP2 category now, just coming down into turn 5, downhill, braking very heavy, very easy to lock up into this corner, or flicking it round. Use the camber of the road, big slide there from I believe it was Ernest Lapids in P3, and as we are now coming back up the hill, and here's the GTEs now, lead GTEs. That's one of the Speedy Mike cars. I believe that is I can't tell who that is. That might be Sansano in P3 or P2 that we're focused on. So that'll be Jacobs in P2, the 51 Speedy Mike car. Heading down into the first corner. It's a very tricky corner in the GTE class. You can see there the Ferraris just sliding across the track, and there's a car going very wide there. I think that was a P4. No, that wasn't Max Jans. That was a P5 Ben Crooks. Apologies there. And just watch out for the back of this GT packs. We will very shortly see some DPI cars starting to pick their way through. And bearing in mind that, and getting very close there to the back of Jacobs, his teammate in the 51 Speedy Mike car. The Speedy Mike cars still holding that pace as they come along. And they come through.
Short track, the DPIs have already got the GTEs now.
Oh, there you go, it started. Oh, Lappins, yeah, Ernest Lappins has managed to take place in P2. My Discord's again having a seizure. Oh, it's all going completely wrong.
Don't worry about it too much. Gotta say, mega start from Rob Timpin, honestly, to go from P3 one amazing start to P1 in the first corner.
Yeah. Oh, this is all the technological issues today, but that's not what the important thing is. The important thing is the racing here at Portimao. We're 10 minutes in and it's already been action-packed as we're on board here with one of the LMP2s. If you'll just excuse the noise in the background, I'm just going to close my blind because it's very bright in this room. On board now, battle for the 14th. That's obviously not where you really want to be for the start of a race, but I'm sure he's trying to work his way through. There is there he is in P5. Sturica Slovanak in the live timing. Please work. Oh, I'm trying to keep on top of so many things right now. It's all very messy. So my most sincere apologies for that. I'm sure we will try and fix it. Here is now back into the GT battle, and there already is the leading DPI lapping the leading GT. He's managed to get through without too much hassle. Darius Andrews managed to get through the speedy Mike Card. We are 10 minutes in and we are already seeing the GTs get lapped. That is just puts into perspective how quick the DPI cars, especially around here, as Darius Andre just shoots off into the distance. He's got quite a gap now to P2 of Jan Katau. He's got about a 3.5 second gap. So that's quite impressive. Danny Robbins, who did start P2 of the DPIs, have fallen all the way back down to 4th. So that's not too great. And then Alfie Verkamen, who is the driver we saw spinning off at the start in the Pride car, he's a good 12 seconds back. So a bit of work to do there. And that is an LMP2 car going off. It was Mantis Bucas. Yeah, it was in what was the leading Sim Apex car. So even more drama here at Algarve in the LMP2. Oh, and they're trying to lap GTEs as well, and it's going to have to both go around different sides of the Porsche. Oh dear, it's all... Oh, and there's contact there. There's contact between the Seawolf car and the Porsche. And Linus Lundvall has now lost the place he just made up against Mantis Rekus in that Sim Apex 66. And he's managed to oh, it's all going on. Honestly, it's chaos here at Portimao, and now Toyn Loy is going to try and get that slipstream down the main straight and try and get through him. And into the first turn, and there goes Linus Lundvall on a Porsche, and and there's a Porsche around there. Oh, it's all kicking off. I genuinely have no idea what's going on at this point. It's such a crazy race we've got on our hands here. We're on board here. We're no longer on board here as they're lapping GTs. The problem that we're having is that all the fields are still so bunched because it's early in the race. But because the DPIs and the LMP2s are so much faster than the GTs, they've just come up and lapped them so quickly. And it's led to this. It's incredible to watch, but I literally have no idea what is going on. And we are now on board with Lutzak in the... very close to a Porsche there. You can see the distance, the difference in the braking distance, getting a little bit of air there over the Porsche over the jump, actually, just getting a bit light as Darius Andre sets a new fastest lap. He's managed to pull 5 seconds on Jan Katau. That's a great start for that Sim Apex DPI, as Ernest Lappins now holds the lead in LMP2, but we are here with Linus Lundvall and Toyn Loy. Toyn is trying to pull in that Seawolf car that is leading the championship as it stands. As we 15 minutes into the race, and the chaos we've had is simply insane. There they are crossing the line, and there's lap cars coming into turn 1. There might be a bit of an... There's a BMW trying to go up the inside of Ferrari here, and there's an LMP2 behind them. Oh my word, my phone's frozen. There's they're 3 wide coming into turn 3 here. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is simply incredible to watch. There's a big slide there from a Ferrari. BMW on the inside, and there's a Ferrari on the inside there as well. Great stuff from Toyn Loy to manage to get out of that scenario where he could have very easily been boxed in. And there's all the speedy Mike cars ahead of them as well. Absolutely manic stuff going on here at Portimao. It's Yeah, I'm a bit lost for words. How do you guys think it's going?
I don't know what's going on, honestly. I mean, there's cars everywhere. They're all going off track. The GT3s are going 3 wide. Then you have the prototypes trying to overtake them. I think it's just crazy, as you put it.
Yeah, it's all very, very much manic here at Portimao as we are 15 minutes in. And Jan Katau looking to try and make Danny Robbins even trying to look and make a move on Jan Katau in P2 in the LM DPI class. Even Darius Andre has really just bolted off into the lead. That's great stuff to see from a Sim Apex driver there to try and narrow the massive gap that there is to the Seawolf DPI. Obviously, Darius is a great driver. Sim Apex are a very, very, very much a competitive team. But I was just going from the dominance that we've seen from the Seawolf cars at Spa and at Sebring as well, when it was lapping ridiculously faster than anything else that was on the field. By comparison, it's very much struggling here today as we're on board with Jake Bond trying to make a move on Slovenak here in the LMP2 category for P5. Gets very close into turn 3. It's all very, very much tight. Gonna have to see what happens as they head down into turn 5. As I said earlier, this is probably one of the main overtaking zones. It's tricky, but if you get it done, it's a great opportunity to do it. So obviously being downhill with the cambered corner, it's very easy to lock up your tyre and just go shooting straight onwards into basically the wall that lies on the other side of the gravel trap. On board now here with, I believe that is Sean Jacobs, yeah, Max Jansen just behind him. So Max Jansen's made some ground up in the LMP2 category. He's starting to come onto the back of the speeding light cars. He's definitely having a look now as we head into the back half of the circuit. Oh, and there goes an LMP2 down the inside. That's one of the Sim Apex cars. That is the beauty of endurance racing. You've got, not only do you have to keep an eye out on your own race, but you've got to keep an eye out on your rate under the races of the other categories as well, because you can have a crash with someone that's trying to lap you. You can have a crash trying to lap somebody else. It is simply phenomenal stuff. As they go into the main straight now, and you will see how much of a difference the slipstream can make, except you won't, because it appears that Sean Jacobs is actually pulling away from Max Jansen here. So I assume that got a very good exit at the last corner. A bit of a lock up there. I think that was from a leading GT car of Timpen, also in the Speedy Mite Ferrari.
Porsche.
As we Porsche even, apologies. About 20 minutes into this race, it's all starting to calm down now. There's Danny Robbins chasing Jan Katau. And Darius Andre is just he's having a field day, because he's just pulling further and further away. He's coming up to 7 seconds clear of Darius Andre now. That's fantastic for him. He's going to love the fact that these two are having a fight, because that's just even more time for him to gain on Darius Andre and Danny Robbins as they are side by side. There's an overtake there in LMP2. Jake Pond getting past Slovenak, and he's going to have to get through one of the Speedy Mite Porsches as well. Flying into that dipping left-hander. It's a great corner, that, and over the top of the hill into this long, slow, it's almost kind of, the way I describe that corner is cumbersome, because it's just, you have to wait so long to get on the power before coming out of there. And now here we are, Max Jansen all over the back of Sean Jacobs. There's an LMP2 car trying to lap them both as well. Looks like Max is going to lose some time into this corner. Was there a bit of contact? I think there was a bit of contact, judging from how that LMP2 car kind of darted to the inside a bit. And that's really enabled, and the leading car of Timpen in the 61 has really managed to pull away there. That's some great stuff from Timpen here. He's just got a big gap going for him in the Porsche Speedy Mite car. So he's got a bit of a gap there, and we're on board here with Max Jansen here, and Ben Crooks is right behind him now as well. So Max Jansen goes from the hunter to the hunted, as that LMP2 car lapping them, as that led Ben Crooks to try and have a look, see if he can get close enough. But he's now managed to flip that back around, and he's now all over the back of Jacobs again in the Speedy Mite Ferrari. Max Jansen is in a sandwich. He can't seem to tell whether he's defending or attacking, because he's doing both at the same time, as there's a lock up there from the Speedy Mite Porsche that doesn't seem to affect it too much. And Max Jansen now all over the back of Jacobs. It looks like he's might be able to try and force a move coming over the top of the mountain. We'll have to see. Sean Jacobs defending for his life, most likely. And Max Jansen looks to the inside. Is going to be able to get it. That speedy white Ferrari pushed out to the edge of the track by Jacobs. There's an LMP2 on the inside there that has to hit the brakes. Is he going to be able to try and get a run out of this corner? I don't think he will. No, he's not going to be able to this time round, but there's a left here. Oh, excuse me there. He's going to come through. Oh, and one of the LMP2 car gets sideways. That could have been a big accident there as they go full through that hairpin. Coming into the back end of the circuit now. And there is LMP2 car after LMP2 car. Oh my word, this is just chaos, and that's really going to cost Max Jansen into that corner. That's unfortunate for him, and here comes Arusanak in the Valence car, as he's should be able to just breeze past. And there we are on board with Max Jansen. He just breezed past the GT car. It really shows the speed difference there. And Max Jansen's probably feeling a little bit annoyed because I think he was hoping he could get moved up there, but that's for Sean Jacobs wide there with the LMP2 going up the inside. Max Jansen could have a look into turn 3. No, I think he's going to try and save it. Try and get the move done into turn 5. He's going to try and stick close. He's going to have a look for the dive bomb down here. We'll have to see. Is he brave enough? I'm not inclined to say that he is, but he is going to have a look though. I'll give him that as he turns in. Bit of a lock up there from the speedy my car. Max Jansen is all over the back of him, and the Porsche there as well. It is so tight between the top 3 here, and Ben Crooks is not far behind them as well. The GT category is so close. It's ridiculous almost. I almost want this to happen. I don't want the pit stops to happen because I know it's going to ruin this for us. As they come down now into the sweeping left, up now and into the right. Downhill after this. Max Jansen looking, and there goes the Ferrari. Sean Jacobs having a look on his teammate. He's on the outside though, he's not going to be able to get it done. Max Jansen onto the inside, there he goes. It's a big move by Max Jansen, he's managed to make it stick. What a move by Max Jansen into P2 in the GTE class. Managed to spot the gap and made it stick, and now he sets his sights ahead on Rob Timpen in that Porsche. As they come down onto the main straight, I believe the Porsche has a little bit more pace in a straight line, just judging by the distances that was coming onto the lap before. But Max Jansen has the slipstream. He could have had a really good exit for the corner as well, and it looks like he's going to be able to gain. But I don't think it's going to be enough into the first turn. The Porsche is just going to hold a gap as they go round. The Porsche running a little bit wide. Max Jansen also sliding a bit there. I don't think he's going to have a look into here. That would be a bit suicidal. And yeah, he's taken the sensible decision and not gone anymore. But he's going to try and hold on for now. And he's managed to hold on. And we can see Sean Jacobs has fallen back a bit there, and there's an LMP2 coming through as well. But Sean Jacobs is getting very close under the brakes there. That was and there goes the LMP2. One round, I think, contact with Ben Crooks there. I'm not sure which LMP2 car that was. Hopefully they're not going to have a lot of damage.
Oh my god, gotta say, Ross, chaos on the whole track. I'm looking at the battle of the DPIs between Robbins and Katao. First of all, a lap ago, 5-car crash, GTEs and 2 DPIs in turn 1. Same thing happens the next lap, then after turn 3, another big crash from another DPI. What is going on?
All kicking off. The steward report channel is going absolutely insane. Causing a collision, causing a collision, causing a collision, causing a collision. There is absolute chaos everywhere on track. We've had a few warnings, no penalties just yet.
Just yet, as you said, Ross.
Yeah, just yet. I mean, we are only 20 minutes into this race, so we'll have to see. Oh, and Max Jansen appears to have dropped out to 5th place. Oh, so that's interesting. So has Max Jansen had an incident? Has he been spun round? I'm not sure, but the man who was chasing for 1st place in the GT category has gone all the way down to 5th, so I don't know if he's gone off, as we see more.
One of those crashes in turn 1, to be honest, or something like that. Max Jansen, that's why he drops, I think. It's
absolute
just chaos with how they're lapping each other.
Absolute chaos here at Portimao. It's been a very, very messy first kind of quarter, not even quarter, first 8th of this race. We've still got 3 hours and 36 minutes ago, I should say. We're on board here with Danny Robbins chasing down Jan Katao. I don't think that's Jan Katao there. I think that's I think we've got the wrong graphic on screen. Apologies for that. That is Yankatao, then I'm very much confused and my brain's having a moment, and apologies for that. Yeah, it is Yankatao. I'm just very stupid. Sorry, ignore me there. I was thinking of Darius Andre. I was thinking of the Simulator Exterior. There's a dive bomb there by Yankatao on the GTE car, trying to get away from Danny Robbins and that Seawolf DPI. And into these sweep corners, one of the main challenges of Portimao is the undulation, the fact that the track goes up and down, and the braking zones, it's not flat, it's there's banking almost in some of the corners, there's bumps, there's rises and drops. It's so easy to lock up and fire it off here just because of how the shape of the track is. So you've got to be super careful when you're making your moves. You've got to time to perfection, or it really can hurt you, especially coming into through the final corner. If you make a mistake out of the second to last corner, that is going to, ruin you all the way down to turn 3. You could lose several positions there. So it's so it is a bit of a problem there. So now still here with Max Jansen, I believe that is. He's still a bit confused how he's down to 5th. As Anthony said, I think he got involved in that big collision on turn 1. He's going to have a
collision, Ron. Sorry, Ross. You were saying there's no penalties. The first of the penalties is come for the LMP2 Nova Finlandia, but it's a drive-through. But there's just one problem with that, because the problem is that car has just DNF'd. So I don't know how the stewards are gonna change that. But Niels Fischer did get a drive-through, and now he's just out of the race.
There we go, our first retirement from this race. Niels Fischer, obviously you said, the drive-through obviously isn't going to work if there's no one to actually do it. So I assume that could be a grid penalty in the next race, or something along those lines. We'll have to see, as we're looking for the battle for 10th place in the LMP2 category. There is so many cars on the track at the moment, it's frankly ridiculous. It's all still kicking off even half an hour into this race. And it's just trying... It's the main problem that the faster categories is lapping the GTE cars, because there's just so many of them on the track, and it's just causing such a problem. You can see here, Daniel Merchant is just stuck behind Max Jansen, and he can't get through him. He's going to be able to get through him now, of course, with the straight line speed. But through the corners, when you're having that dirty air, there's a bit of contact there between the two. I think there was. Yeah, there is. Both of them drifted wide. Max Jansen drifting really wide out of that corner. That was bizarre. I don't know if I'm going to definitely have to keep one eye peeled on that steward report channel, because that is about to blow up, I have a feeling. As we now go on board with Jurka Slovinek, chasing down Jake Bond through the right-hander onto the kind of mini back stretch before this big right-hander at Galp onto the back straight. They're not really going to be able to capitalise on the slipstream. They're way too far back in the Royal Blue car as they continue to go around. I thought I saw a car spinning in there. I'm starting to hallucinate things. I've been staring at a screen too long. As we go around now, this is Yankatao still defending from Danny Robbins. Danny Robbins is going to send a move down the inside. I think he's going to be able to make it stick as well. And there's a bit of contact between the pair. Yankatao manages to hold the position as they go around the outside of the Porsche. But Danny Robbins is going to have the inside on the exit of the corner. And it looks like he's going to be able to make the move onto the little back stretch through Galp. He's got the inside line. But now Yankatao's got the slipstream. Danny Robbins has the momentum. One of the pair going to be able to make it the two. I'm sure Yankatao has his fuel turned up to the absolute maximum. Yeah, you can see he's gaining. Danny Robbins hanging to the inside into the first corner. Who's going to give? Danny Robbins looks like he's just going to hold it, but they both slide wide. Danny Robbins manages to hold the position. A great move there by Danny Robbins. They were at each other's throats for almost half the lap there, as they now come on to down to turn 5. Yankatao is feeling very brave. No, I don't think he is feeling very brave. He's way too far back from here. He was sending a dive on me here. I think he'd be taking a one-way trip to the pit lane when he wouldn't be coming back out again because he'd have to retire. And still a great move there by Danny Robbins. Simply great stuff. And on here with David Martin, who's in 5th. Max Jansen ahead of him. Again, still not quite sure what happened with Max Jansen. I may have to send him a message and just see what happened to that car, because as Anthony said, I'm pretty certain that was involved in an incident, because you don't go from fighting for the lead all the way down to 5th in about half the lap. That doesn't really just happen. As we come up to halfway now, we may be seeing the odd pit stop soonish. You know, coming up to about 3 hours and 20 minutes remaining. It's you know, 40 minutes is a decent length in terms of a stint on tyres. I'm not sure how the fuel is though, and most drivers will be willing to base their and there's a car in the pits there already, as I just said. I'm not sure who that is, but that's an LMP. That's a DPI in the pits, I believe, as they take the long stop. There you go, Luca Gray in the 360 car, currently last in DPI, but that's because, well, they're in the pits. And that's
another change of position in DPI, as Danny Robbins spun in the last turn, and Jan Katau is now up to P2 again.
Oh, and there you are. Well, Jan Katau, after all that, has just ended up back where he was, and Danny Robbins has got to do it all again. And it's even despite the fact that they've been fighting, you know, it's come to nothing, and that has enabled Darius Andre to put a 13-second gap on Jan Katau. He's really been using his pace advantage, plus the fact that Jan Katau and Danny Robbins were battling. His earnest lap-ins in the pole seat for the LMP2 category after that initial setback on the first lap. He's just managed to kind of fight his way through the field and then just pull away. It's very impressive stuff there. As we follow now, it does look like the cars are getting air over that little jump. I can assure you they're not, although it does look like it. It's just rFactor being rFactor. And on that subject, we do have to discuss whether we think the server's going to crash, because it could happen. It happened in the last race at Spa. Hasn't happened anywhere else in this series as of yet. But you know, recently, obviously, there was the GTR 24 hours recently, which was a very good race, and they managed to go an entire 24-hour race at Le Mans with a ridiculous amount of cars without a single server crash, and that was impressive. So, what do you think, Hansi? Do you think we'll see something similar today? Obviously, it's only a 4-hour race with considerably less cars. So, what do you reckon?
Well, I was watching the stream, of course, on YouTube, and obviously some of the cars seem to be lagging, or you have little freezes. I'm watching on my monitor as well, and it doesn't seem like it's an issue isolated to Joey. It seems that some people are starting to lag and slightly teleport, which could be signs of a server crash, but I don't know what you think, honestly, on this matter.
I mean, we'll just have to see. In the pits, I did see a bit of a moment from that DPR that was in the pits where I thought the engine had blown up, but I think that was just the server having a moment. So we'll have to see. As of now, it's been okay. So we'll see what happens. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, probably will have to see. I'm sure that. Wow, so this guy, Bartosz Pińczyk, is having not that great of a race, 17th overall. Poor lad, every time I look at him, he seems to be going off. I'm not sure if you've seen any of him. You're a bit more experienced in this series. Is this commonplace for him, or just, I don't know, a bad race for him today?
I think he's just having a bit of a bad race. He's usually a bit further up the pack than this. So yeah, we'll have to see what he could do in the later stage of the race. Obviously, we are only 30 minutes in. So we'll see what happens.
Sean Jacobs is now leading.
Sean Jacobs, yeah, he is leading in GTE. So Sean Jacobs has managed to get past his teammate in the Porsche, Speedy Mite, who is nowhere to be seen. 4 seconds back, so they may have had a spin as well. It's all kicking off. We can't really tell what's going on, frankly. So we're trying to do the best we can. Max Janssen has managed to work his way up to the back of Matjak, who's on the back of the Porsche of Timpen. So we've got a little bit of a battle for P2 there. in the GTE category. And we're on board here with David Martin chasing down Ben Crooks. He's initially he ran very well, but he's almost struggled a bit really in the kind of second phase of this first stint. Dropped back a bit, so we'll have to see again what he does on the second stint. I'm going to assume that everyone's changing drivers around about halfway as a very key. Oh dear, that was a bit close from the LMP2. I believe they just didn't get any traction out of the corner. I think that was Ernest Lappins there. No, it wasn't. I lied. Apologies. It was someone else. But yeah, it was very close. So yeah, 35 minutes into this race, so it's all been kicking off. That's all I could really say.
Yeah,
As
there's
we
another penalty now, Ross, for
Is there?
Georgina. In the 34 car of KBR, P14 at the moment. I'm not sure what he did, to be honest.
And yeah, so more penalties happening. There is a battle going on here for P2 in the GTE category. But Timpard followed by Matjak, they are on each other's tails as they come round through Galp in the last corner. And Colin Matjak, you know, really hounding Rob Timpen in the Speedy Mike Porsche. He's in the Ferrari, obviously. And he's got Max Jansen all over the back of him as well, so we can see Max Jansen try something down into turn 3, because I don't think he's got enough speed into turn 1. Yeah, he's hitting the brakes pretty early. There's an LMP2 coming up behind them as well, and they're both run slightly wide. I'm sure that's perfectly fine. And the LMP2 dives down the inside. That shouldn't cost Max Jansen any time at all. So I'm sure he's more than happy with that. And now what he's hoping for is that that LMP2, as there's a Porsche off to the side there, that LMP2 wastes as much time with the cars ahead as it possibly can, but no, it doesn't. It just gets through as clean as you like before locking up, and it looks like it's going to have a little bit of a half spin, and that's really going to delay the front two cars in the GTE, and that is going to allow Max Jansen to close right up to the back of them. And here we're on board with Colin Matjak, and this is Sean Jacobs leading the GTE category, who is just absolutely flying away.
Rob Timpen, he's just gone straight on.
Oh, Rob Timpen is off. Yeah, there you go. He's just gone straight on. That's a big shame there for Rob Timpen, running P2 all the way down to P6 in class. Wow, that's a big shame for him and the Speedy Mike Porsche team. You know, they're and he's locking up there as well. I think he might have just chewed through his tyres. He's getting tased by the Brazilian racing team BMW. Oh, and there you go. And there's Jansen past Matjak for P2. He's back up where he was all that time ago, and now he sets his sights ahead firmly on chasing down Sean Jacobs. Will he be able to do it by the end of this stint? I'm not sure, but going into the next stint, I'm sure he will have the pace, because we saw earlier he was catching, and then I'm pretty certain he was in that first lap incident that took him all the way down to a P5, I think it was, which was really upsetting for them, for that team. So we'll see Darius Andre now leading the way, as he's got a massive gap, 14.5 seconds to the second place DPI, as he goes past that leading Sim Apex Ferrari of Sean Jacobs.
Yeah, Coban's gotten a penalty for pretty sure for using up all his cuts. He's 17th in class, which I'm sure he's not too happy with, but Nova Finlandia won't be happy. I mean, they're in 17th, and it's not going to get any better with that drive-through.
Yeah, that's not what you really want. Ideally, this early into the race is a drive-through, so that's a big shame for them. As we're on board now with Toy Lawyer, P4 in class in Black Sim Apex LMP2. There's a yellow flag in Sector 2. I'm not sure what that's for. As we go down the main straight with 3 hours and 20 minutes to go, roughly about 40 minutes into this race. Oh, excuse me, I'm yawning a lot. I'm not sure why. Apologies. Ugh, excuse me there. Chasing down Ness Lundvall in the Seawolf LMP2 car, you know, trying his utmost best to keep up. Torin Noyes, yeah, he's a very quick driver. He's very quick. I'm sure he's got the pace to catch. And here is the Brazilian racing team car, driven by Aruajo. I probably mispronounced the sorry, chasing down Rob Timpton, who we saw go off earlier, and it looks like he may have some damage because now the BMW is all over the back of that Porsche. He's not going to have the pace to make a move into turn 1, and there's an LMP2 car as well diving down the inside, so that could compromise him into turn 3, but it could also compromise Timpton. And yeah, he's going to have a dive, so looks like it's not going to cost Timpton any time. Runs very wide though, that's very wide there from the LMP2 car. And the big BMW going over the top of the hill. I made a comment earlier about how the BMW was the heaviest car, and I was pointed out for so all the GT cars are the same weight, but the BMW has the weight spread out over the most area, so it feels the heaviest. Having driven the BMW, it feels heavier than the other cars, especially seeing as how all the weight is on the front of the car as well. So you turn in and just nothing happens. It's great. It's very fun to drive. As we continue to follow it around in that very elegant green, white and black. Oh, and there goes Rob Timpton. There goes Rob Timpton. Round he goes. The BMW moves up into 5th place. More problems. Oh, and the BMW's gone as well. There you go. Both cars going. I mean, if this was real life, I'd be inclined to say there was an oil spill, but it's rFactor 2. It doesn't simulate oil spill, so I'm not sure what's happened there. Is both BMWs go round. I'm just going to try and get our other commentator in here as well, quickly. We're going to be joined by Ellie. She's going to just hop in for a little bit before her stint in the car. How do I invite? There you go. Hang on. Copy that. There we go. Right. Hopefully she'll just be joining us now.
What happened to Colin Mattiak? He was fighting for P2 and he's down all the way now. He didn't even pit.
Is he? Oh yeah, he is. Colin Mattiak. He's dropped off the face of the earth. What's going on with him?
I mean, first round of pit stops is happening for DPI. I mean, Darius Andre pitting and things like that. So I was thinking maybe he pitted, but no, Colin Mattiak is not pitted. He's just.
Seems like there was a lot of people just kind of being fired off here. I'm not quite sure what's going on as we go through this race. And there's Darius Andre coming out of the pits as he leaves. He's not in the obviously not in the leading, having pitted, but he's also pitted first. So we'll have to see. Anthony's just muted, so I'm going to drag Ellie across. Hopefully this works. I can't drag her across. Could someone that would? There we go. Hello, Ellie. How are you doing? Can you hear us, or can we hear you?
Hello.
Hello. There you are. Hello, welcome along. Sorry for not, getting you in here until now. It's Discord's been mental. We've been trying to work it all, so sorry for all that. But you're here now. That's all that matters.
Yeah, just got sort something out with my phone quickly.
Oh, that's fine. No worries. Take as much time as you need. I mean, you've got an hour and 20 minutes until your stint, so you've got all the time in the world. So yeah, we're joined by Ellie. She's just going to be joining us in the commentary box until her stint in the car, and then she's going to go and drive. And I believe her teammate's currently lying in P5, if I'm not mistaken. So running reasonably well. Obviously, they are running in a P5 in class. So running reasonably well. Obviously, there was that spin early on, which wasn't helpful, but I'm sure they'll come back from that. As we are on board here, no longer on board here. We're following around Max Jansen now, who is, let me just check. My phone battery's out. I'm going to have to take my headphones out in a moment, so my mic quality is going to take a severe dip, so apologies for that. But, yeah, we're following Max Jansen. He's in P3, chasing down Ben Crooks now, who's, while he's not been running particularly well in the second phase of this stint, he's basically managed to get very lucky in that everyone in front of him has kind of just gone off. So very, very much lucky for him as he goes round. And yeah, we're just going around now, following him. And there is a car in the pits there. One of the
two cars, actually.
Yeah, there's two cars there. Apologies.
The 360 Ferrari actually just leaving, so...
Yeah, and that's Danny Robbins, who is now P3 in DPI as he falls down the order. He's been running very well to Danny Robbins, probably the biggest threat to Darius Andre. I'm not expecting him to come out in front of the Seal Apex DPI. That leaves Yanka Tao to lead this race in the DPI category. I would not be surprised if I'm expecting to see him come in anytime soon. Here is Sean Jacobs in the leading Speedy Mike Ferrari, the GTE category. He's got a 6-second gap over Ben Crooks. He's really been very much solid this race. I was saying in qualifying, you know, just how quick the Speedy Mike cars were. And you can see now he's just managed to pull away. It's great stuff from the Speedy Mike team as he comes around over the top of the hill now and into the right-hander and into the second right-hander. I still can't remember the corner names, but I'm sure everyone knows where they're going, really.
I think.
Yeah, I think. I mean, most people...
You just launched it off.
Oh, and there goes Rob Timpen.
Timpen.
Rob Timpen off again. I'm fairly certain he must have damage, because that's the third or fourth time he's been off in this stint. It's all going downhill.
He gave it a little wiggle, I think, to see if the suspension was okay. It looks to be going relatively straight.
He's not been having a good time, Rob Timpen. It's been a bit of a nightmare for him.
What happened? Because I know he was leading for what, first half hour, and then all of a sudden he's slipped away.
Yeah, it's terrible stuff for Rob Timpen. So my thoughts go to him. Hopefully he's able to get back from that. He's running in P8 at the moment. That's great stuff. We've just gone 3-1 up in football in the 95th minute, so we'll have that. Sorry for diverting there. Man United, my phone's just pinged off in front of me. Let's go, boys.
Oh my god. I've also got to check some football.
Everybody's checking. See, we're so good here at Simplymod.
We lost 3-0.
Oh, unlucky. We're so good that we give you football commentary as well.
That's 3 defeats in a row, for crying out
Unlucky.
loud. I'm supposed to be leading the championship.
Unlucky. I'm just going to take my headphones out and plug my phone in because my laptop isn't working, so my mic may take a bit of a drop in quality, so apologies for that. I'm trying my best.
Actually, we'll still be leading the championship actually at the end of this match week, but still works.
It does work.
More racing. I've got my hand in coffee.
Right, I'm back. Hopefully I'm still loud enough and all that.
Yeah, you sound okay.
Oh, that's great, thank you. Right, so yeah, here we are. Oh, my laptop's dying now as well, so I can't even watch the bloody... Oh Christ, everything's good. Right, hang on, I'm going to go and get my laptop.
3 MP2s dissecting the pits all together, actually.
Yeah,
right.
All the cars into the pits at the same time. That's very interesting to see them come in. Like, I was not expecting them to come in. It's good stuff to see. You know, keeps it dramatic, and they should be emerging at similar time.
Still no code 80s yet, which is a surprise. I would have thought, especially with the nature of this track. Oh, that was close.
That Ferrari passing right across the front of the LMP2 car there. That was really beautiful. That was almost too close.
How did that not end in contact?
Yeah, that was incredibly. I don't know whether that was very lucky in terms of the DPI. Fantastically timed move by the Ferrari. It was a bit of both.
It's just lucky timing, I think. Just if the MP2 was a bit quicker out the pits, that would have been contact, potentially even spinning into a wall.
Yeah, it's all kicking off here still at the Simplymod Endurance Series. I've managed to get my laptop plugged in, so I can now just stay sat down. That's great stuff.
Oh, very close up to the back of the Seawolf car there.
Still very,
They're
very
literally kissing each other. That's how close they are.
I know, it's really, really close here today, and there's a Porsche off there to the right hand side. The fact that we're 50 minutes into this race and the cars are this close is simply astonishing, because Yeah, that's it's great stuff to see here that we've managed to keep the racing clean, and that here we are Tony Lawyer hunting down Darius as he in the quest for the podium in the LMP2 category. Obviously, Linus.
Actually coming up to a 360 Corsa, passing it.
Okay. And yeah, here we are on board with Ernest Lappins in the leading LMP2 AFP car. The number 99 was actually running 5th overall, so it's a great performance by Ernest Lappins. As I was saying in qualifying, he did fantastically in qualifying. Race start wasn't the best, but
Can we just appreciate the fact he started last and leading by 14 seconds?
I believe he, knowing Ernest, my assumption is that he wanted to have an exciting race, because he's very much the kind of bloke who goes, I'm bored starting first, I want to start last.
Yeah, going wide, trying to overtake, right. Just get one level on straight.
This is great stuff here from Ernest Lappins. It's, you know, really solid performance from him as he goes around.
I think graphics rich because it's just he had spent 8 minutes and 50 seconds on the pit. Now either the LMP2s are so far behind or it was just a glitch.
Yeah, that's a bit random. I think that might just be a problem with the timing screen there. But we carry on anyway. As we go on, Danny, well, I don't think Ollie's going to get the sack, 'cause we just won, and I also fully support him if we're carrying on about football in the YouTube chat. Yeah. Yeah, as we it's you know, as I mentioned earlier, the fact that the cars are all still this close as Alex Tunbridge runs really wide there coming out the first corner, it is simply great stuff. And obviously, you know, the cars, you know, they're all mixed up now. There are some LMP2s ahead of some of the DPIs, but the fact that the cars are this close, you know, 50 minutes into the race, it's a good indication for what's going to come.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, not that many. Well, I would say there hasn't been that many incidents. There's been chaos, but not been that many race-ending incidents. Maybe some few frustrations as an MP2 guys down the inside of Ferrari. But that's relatively okay, relatively.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there was obviously there was all the chaos at the start of the race. There was a 5-lap incident, a 5-car incident in turn 1. There was cars firing off everywhere. There was spins. There was a rear wing flying off the back of a GT at the start. It was absolute chaos. But you know, oh, was it? Oh, that's my mistake. Sorry, I thought it was a rear wing.
Yeah, I was, before I got on here, I was watching the race start, and it seemed like just an LMP2, GTE, squeezed another GTE onto the grass, and just would not concede to either letting them pass or moving on back onto the racetrack.
Well, there you go. It was chaos at the start as well as we followed the cars round. There's an LMP2 car there running in I believe that is Patrick Ruzinak in the running in P8 in class as he works his way through. He's 1.3 seconds behind P7, trying to close that gap, and there is just a massive GTEs in between them. Absolute chaos, you know, diving down into the corners. And the last thing you want as a faster car is a GTE in the way, and they're there. So I think also with LMP2 you have that added factor of you. Not on this track as much because the LMP2s and the DEPIs are on similar.
Oh, the 360 Ferrari got very loose.
Oh, and there's a car spinning in the background there as well. It's just planted in the middle of the track. As I was saying, well, I think that's obviously not at this track because the times between the LMP2 cars and the DPI cars are very close. But other tracks, such as Silverstone, where there's a 10-second gap between them, in LMP2, not only do you have to worry about lapping GTEs, but you have to worry about yourself being lapped, and that is really something that mentally takes its toll on you as you go on, because you're flying past these GTE cars, living your best life, and then suddenly this DPI car just comes flying up your inside out of nowhere. It's a strange feeling, I'm sure, as we continue to follow Patrick round on his quest. Should be coming up to about 6 minutes till the hour.
How have we not completed the first hour yet? There's been so much action. This race, I thought, had flown by, but we're still, 55 minutes since dropping the green flag?
Yeah, it's definitely seemed to have gone faster than it has, which is a good thing, because obviously it shows the absolute action that we've had going on. As Darius Andre is looking a bit too close for comfort up the front. He's got Danny Roberts all over the back of him.
The speed bike number 51 has had an incident with the number 118. That's about two Porsches coming together. Number 118 has got a 10-second stop-and-go penalty for spinning the lapped car.
Oh, that's a big penalty there. So I'd say that's the first real major penalty we've had.
I know in some leagues you can get 60 seconds, but...
Yeah. Sorry for interrupting you, Ellie, but we've got Danny Robbins looking around the outside of Darius Andre here into turn 1. This is for the lead of the race. He's going to be able to make it stick. I don't think he is, but he can try the switch back.
He got a bit of a slide under braking, and I think had to back out of it.
Yeah, it's obviously... It's not a corner you want to go too wide into. It's good if you do go too wide into, you're going one place, and that's the hospital, so...
Yeah, I've just come up for confirmation of the penalty for Santa. I think that is the driver for 118, which got that 10-second stop-and-go penalty.
Yeah, that's a shame for that car. Obviously, penalties are there for a reason. If you step out of line, they're there to put you back in your place. So, but yeah, 10-second stop-and-go. That's a long time. It's a reasonably long pit lane here at Portimao. So then to be sat in your box for 10 seconds as well, that's big stuff there. Yeah, so we've that's unfortunate for
Hamilton-esque comments, as Danny Robbins is very close to the back of Darius Andre.
Yeah, he is all over the back
maybe
of
there's
Darius.
Traffic.
I think maybe as they just come up behind one of the speedy Mike Ferraris, I think maybe coming onto the main straight again, Danny Robbins could have a look. He's definitely going to
closer, so if he can get the draft and a good exit.
Darius Andre looks like he's got the better corner exit though, so Danny Robbins may be trying just to just set himself up for a look into turn 3 or 5. We'll have to see. I don't think he's close enough for a look into turn 1. And the sliding a little bit across the track, a little bit of understeer. Darius Andre's got a lot fresher tyres on him.
When was the last time these cars pit? Because you don't know if they do a pit stop soon.
Darius Andre actually stopped first quite a while ago. He stopped about it was early. He stopped about 35-40 minutes in, and then Danny Robbins stopped second. So I really correct my statement that Danny Robbins does have fresher tyres. And then Yank Powell, who's behind them, only stopped very recently, so he will be absolutely hunting them down. Obviously the Seawolf car's trying to play the long game.
I just realised, I'm not sure if we picked this up, but 68, Janssen has overtaken Crooks and GTE for the lead. The gap 3/10 of a second.
And there you go, Max Janssen has found his way to the front. Thank you for that, Ellie. I wouldn't have noticed that otherwise, but...
I mean, it's only when I was looking at the gaps, because I knew the bow was hopping up, that you just noticed that he stopped position.
And Max Janssen finally has the place he's been looking for so long. Obviously, he was running P2 early on and then had a spin or an incident. We're still not quite sure. And now finally, he's managed to find his way past Ben Crooks into the lead of this race. Great stuff here from Max Janssen to come all the way back from P6. Sorry for just having to... that was very close.
That was very close to causing an incident.
I think
that was Matthias Kistofak, I can't pronounce names, chopping across the Seawolf Porsche, almost causing a spin for himself.
Yeah, that was very close between the pair. Now, as we come up to roughly 3 hours left, I think we're just going to take a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back to you after that shortly to carry on with our commentary. So we'll see you in a moment.
You could have prevented this with a Simplymod phone holder. Simplymod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a Simplymod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a Simplymod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, GTE or Formula 1 wheel, visit Simplymod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Welcome back to 4 hours of Algarve, round 5 out of 6 of the Simplymod Endurance Series. We've got 3 hours to go as Danny Robbins has a look down the inside of McIntrye. We're picking up straight where we left off. Danny Robbins has the move done. What a moment to... Oh, and McIntyre, what a moment to come back.
That was
to the
contact and they rubbed sidewalls tyres. A bit of bodywork too.
And Danny Robbins is all over the back of Darius Andre, not Yankatao. Apologies there. I think he's going to put the fun into turn 1 or turn 3. It depends what we're going to do.
Yeah, and Robbins has a straight line speed.
Going to break early and try and get the exit. He thinks he's going to try and set himself up to turn 3, but there's DCEs there that could really compromise him. Wow, look how close it is. Oh my word.
Oh,
Locking up.
yeah.
Oh,
Corsa! And that means the Porsche and the Ferrari are now side by side. And the Porsche is looking to actually still be ahead. The LMP2 looks to get past.
I think the Porsche just had no idea that Danny Robbins was there and turned in, and bang, there was a DPI in the way. It's one of those incidents that you cannot help, you know, the contact.
Oh, Andre lost it. Got very
there you
loose,
go, Danny
and
Robbins
is
into the lead of this race.
Oh.
But will he hold it for long? Because these two have been battling for so long, and all the while Yankatao is rubbing his hands together, trying to close the gap while he can.
Oh, he's very out a sudden 10th gap already.
And the fresh tyres.
Actually, he looks like he locked it and got the car a bit sideways. Saved it from spinning, but that lost him the lead.
And the fresh tyres is doing it Danny Robbins absolute wonders as he starts to pull away from Darius Andre. We're now looking on the battle. Oh, and that's very wide there for Ferrari.
Yeah, slightly pushed out by the LMP2 that was lapping him there, so not sure if you potentially see a serious report. I don't think so, because it's not really affected anything. And,
yeah.
And he's still got a 6-7 turn gap. So
we've got Darius has managed to, obviously Danny Robbins is on much fresher tyres, but Darius has managed to hold the gap station for a while, so maybe he's just trying to regroup himself, let his tyres cool off. It's a bit of a, and that's really not good for Danny Robbins, getting stuck behind the Porsche through turn 5. That's really not going to help him, and Darius Andre's managed to get within 5/10 of him now, coming over the top of the mountain, turning through this quick uphill right-hander, very, very much a tough corner, very easy to lose it over the rise. Now downhill again, braking absolutely roller coaster part of the circuit. You're hanging on for dear life. No idea what's coming left into this slightly awkward right-hander, into the dip left-hander. Now the Porsche might get in the way. No, it doesn't.
No.
It gets through very cleanly. Now left, and look how close the gap is. Darius Andre is going to be absolutely smacking his lips at this opportunity.
He looks more confident on the brakes. Just looking how close he gets on the brakes. So Danny Robbins maybe locked up the one too many times. He's now trying to take it easy. Andre just looks like he's getting so much closer when he's braking.
And Darius Andre, I don't think he's going to have the I don't think he's going to. Well, you know, he's not going to have the first corner opportunity.
Oh, he slides out
really
wide.
out there, big slide. Oh, and then
So
Danny Robbins
does
all running
again.
wide, trying to get past the Ferrari. Oh my god, it's all absolute still chaos here. Look how the fact that we are an hour and 5 minutes into this race, and the first and second place drivers are absolute scrapping out is phenomenal stuff. And Yang Tao is actually fallen back from this battle, so that's quite unfortunate to see from the Seawolf driver. But these two.
From the steward's room, the 14 KVR warning to be more careful when overtaking a GTE.
Now that's interesting. I assume there must have been contact between the two. I'm not quite sure. So we'll have to...
It said they left a bit of space, so I think it was getting forced off the track there. We did see an incident not too long ago, so could that be connected?
We'll have to see as it goes on. We're just going to keep one eye peeled on the live timing, one eye peeled on the steward announcements, and one eye peeled on the race. So you need three eye peeled for this really. As we follow in, there goes a car up the inside of Sean Jacobs in the front.
Oh,
there's contact there!
Ernest Lappins has been spun with a Ferrari!
And that's Jan
I think Ernest Lappins got into the wall.
That's
Looks
Jan
okay there.
And Ernest Lappins making contact.
Oh, I think the car actually looks okay. Doesn't look to be any suspension damage or their wings flying, so could he continue? Will he have to pit this lap?
We'll have to see. He managed to
there.
keep his pace going, but that was a big contact there between the two. If that is damage, that is not what Ernest Lappins needs at this stage in the race. You know, he's got the LMP2 cars, you know, only 7 seconds back, so having to hit
look
that.
who's behind him, Mantas Ritas.
Yeah, so it's still close in the LMP2 battle, and Ernest Lappins really doesn't need an extra pit stop right now. So I think he will try and push on regardless, but we'll have to see what he makes of it if the car is damaged.
Get the issues report. Not sure if we can get a replay or see who was at fault there, but that was you just see it in the background. We were following the other cars, and then just see looks like the Ferrari got turned first. Actually, I would need to see if I was right there, but it's so close.
Yeah, it was incredibly close, so we'll have to see what happened there. Maybe in a steward report, the stewards will tell us what happened. They do have access to the replays, so they can see what happened. So we'll just have to see in the future, but for now, all we know is that there was contact and two cars really went off. Now, as we are on board here, and there's a lock. And there's a Ferrari!
Completely hitting the door of the...
and there's Darius Andre.
And they're wide and
coming
Robbins
back through.
side by side again.
Oh, and it's still chaos, and Danny Robbins got the inside line. Darius Andre going to try to switch back. Danny Robbins holds, pushes him out wide. There's so much action going on here today at Portimao. I tell you, this is phenomenal, by the way. Danny Robbins he just cannot get the gap that he wants to Darius Andre. Darius Andre just biding his time, waiting for Danny Robbins to make a mistake, and then he pounces, and then Danny Robbins is coming straight back. Oh my word, this is phenomenal stuff here at Portimao today.
They're having incidents left, right and centre, overtakes, you don't know what's going on. Ernest Lappins continued, so there might not be a lot of damage there. And I'm wondering about the Thing 60 Ferrari, who absolutely just got doored by an LMP2.
Yeah, it was obviously another incident there of just a car not realising there's a faster car coming down the inside and turning in and committing to the corner when it's too late. And Darius Andre looks like he's going to have a slipstream. Sorry for interrupting you there, but Darius Andre looks like he's going to have a big slipstream down this main straight. Following Danny Robbins inch for inch, he's going to dart to the outside. Might try and set himself up for the turn, second turn, third turn even, and Danny Robbins slides very wide. Is he going to have the inside into this corner? Yes, he is. He looks, and there goes Darius Andre.
Big dive! They're going to make contact here. Right running, and oh my God, he almost got turned, he's out wide again.
Contact between the two. He's still going to be side by side into turn 5. Danny Robbins holds the inside, but Darius Andre can get the momentum on the banking of the corner. Pull to the outside.
Contact. This is like a carbon copy of the last lap, and even contact.
Oh, and there goes Darius Andre. There's contact between them. There goes Darius Andre. That goes Robbins. It's coming back. Darius Andre's got the inside, but Danny Robbins has the momentum on the outside. They are absolutely interlocked in this battle. And there goes Danny Robbins locking up, and there goes Darius Andre inside again. This is phenomenal stuff. Coming into the left hand, there's another left there, and Darius Andre's going to get stuck behind this Sim Apex Ferrari. He's going to have to back off and let Danny Robbins through. And what's going to happen now into the right-hander? Danny Robbins looks like he's going to hold on to the lead for the moment, but now Darius Andre is going to have the slipstream all the way down the straight. This is absolutely momentum stuff.
I would have thought the Sim Apex Ferrari would have helped the DPI there, considering, you know, both Sim Apex.
In the heat of the battle, you don't really know what's going on, do you? And here goes Chris Andre now again, getting the slipstream. Danny Robbins to the inside, to the outside. Danny Robbins, Darius Andre backs off, looks like he's going to, there goes Danny Robbins sliding wide. Darius Andre's going to look to the inside again. No, he's not. He's going to try the switchback manoeuvre. Slides a bit wide. This time he's not going to be able to do it. Looks like he's going to have to back off and wait again. Big slide there. That was possibly the most insane lap I've ever seen, ever, in my entire, 5 races of commentary career. Wow.
Apex seems to get all the attention right now. They're 64 LMP2 to drive through. Not sure what that's for, so let me just go up and see if I can find out why. Not a report, but has been a drive-through for them.
There is a drive-through for the number 65 car. That is a big shame for the Sim Apex 65. I'm sure they wanted to avoid that. Obviously, they in rFactor you usually have about 3 laps to take your penalty before you get disqualified.
5 laps, I think, on the server.
Okay.
I got confused with the pit exit sometimes and accidentally sped during practice, and it comes up with 5 laps for a drive-through.
Okay. Well, 5 laps then. So you do have 5 laps to serve your penalty. So the number 65 Sim Apex car has some time to decide when they want to come into the pits. I'm sure they will.
A bit too far back to actually try anything this lap.
Yeah,
I think probably calm it down a bit, because that was a lot of contact, a lot of body work.
Darius Andre getting all sorts of sideways.
I mean, I'll give him credit for the drift. It was a good drift, but
yeah, it was great drift.
Not what you want to do to keep the tyres alive.
No, he's going to kill all his momentum as well down to turn 5, and Danny Robbins is just locking up left, right and centre. His front tyres must be more square than a box now at this point.
50 pence piece, as some would say.
No idea how he's managing to keep it on the road, the amount of smoke that's in his car, and now he's going to get stuck by some traffic, and there's an LMP2 over the place.
Almost spinning in front of him. I could have been contact.
Darius Andre dropping back a little bit now. I'm just in the traffic due to a slide down at turn 3. He should be able to keep within the distance of Danny Robbins. He's got a 1.5 second gap between the pair now. There's a big slide there. Darius Andre, you can tell he really wants to get a move on now, getting impatient on the throttle. And you know, Danny Robbins really just wants to pull that gap away while he can, because you know he's got the fresh rubber. He also, you know, oh, and there's Darius Andre coming into the pits. He's going to try the undercut now, but smoking his tyres as he comes in. This is this could be interesting because we now have to see what sort of lap times he pumps in after this pit stop, because he could retake the lead of this race under strategy.
Ooh, that
What happens
Porsche.
there?
Can see what the Porsche behind Fernando was, but that was almost contact.
Yeah,
and a bit hot under the brakes into the hairpin.
Yeah, very hot. Obviously, the hairpin is the very tricky corner, being downhill and with camber as well. And in the Porsche, in the GTE category, obviously the brakes are not what they are in the DPI and the LMP2s. So you've got a big braking distance. So you've got to get it bang on, or you are going to lock up. So as they head down into turn 1 now with Fernando Farias in the 360 car, he's it's very tricky corner that first turn. It's very, very easy to get it slightly wrong and just drift wide over onto the fake grass, the AstroTurf there. So you do need to. It's very bang on the brakes, flick it in, kind of pray the car at the front and bites, and the car kind of carries you into the corner and through. So it's very much a certain technique is needed to get you through the corner. So it's good to see that we've not had a lot of people, going off at the corner, despite the incident we had. We've had running one. There's a Porsche off to the side there, I believe that is. Yeah, just kind of cutting across the track. I assume they just stand after locking under the brakes, but not getting in the way of anyone there. And
when did the 51 take the lead in GTE? Just noticing that now.
Oh yeah, the 51's pulled a bit of the gap now on Max Jansen. I assume maybe Max Jansen had to come in for a pit stop, maybe, or that maybe there was contact. But that 51 speed limit has been rapid all weekend, so we will have to see what happens as we head into the middle stages of this race, with 2 hours and 44 minutes and 50 seconds remaining at Portimao. And heading into the first corner here is the Speedy Mike Ferrari, the 51, with Sean Jacobs at the wheel. He's been very, very, driving impeccably today. He's been very much on form, barely any mistakes. He's he's been rapid as well, so that's real positive there.
Just some more information from the stewards. The race leader, the 904, has been given a warning for being careful on whilst running wide, and they actually touched a GT, so that's a warning number 1 for them.
Well, that's interesting. So obviously you have the 3 strikes warning system here in the Simplymod Endurance series. It's obviously you get 1 warning, 2 warning, and then your 3rd warning is a penalty. So you get plenty of opportunities to make good your mistakes. So hopefully they can learn from that and not make any more mistakes, as we are on board here with Ernest Lappens. And he's just lapping around, he's lapping around. And he started last. My mistake was that I said he started last because I wanted to have fun, which is like Ernest, but he started last because he didn't get a valid lap time in. I assume his lap times got deleted for track limits, even though he would be the kind of person to start last out of his own free will. But he is absolutely sliced through the pack, and he is currently leading by 12 and a bit seconds, coming up to 13 seconds now, and he's just flying today. He's absolutely on it in that AFP Orica LMP2 car. It's been a very
that damage didn't affect him much, because remember that contact he had with a Ferrari, and there's still not been a stewards report for that, I think, but car seems okay for now.
Yeah, so looks like he's managed to get away with that. I assume there hasn't been a report. My best assumption would be that the Ferrari. My best assumption would be that the Ferrari lost it by itself, and then just Ernest had nowhere to go. Maybe he dived off the track to avoid it. Maybe he avoided it completely. I'm not sure. It was just at the back of the camera when it happened. We didn't quite get a great angle on it, so we're just going off assumptions half the time here. But we move on. Oh, and that's a big slide there from I believe that's Bartosz Binkit in the LP2, and he goes off and then comes back onto the track, just goes straight over the chicane, nearly going straight across a Porsche. That was quite dangerous. That could have resulted in them going out. But here's the Sim Apex LMP2 of Rexus, I believe.
It's
fine.
I was just looking in the stewards report, and the Ferrari actually reported Ernest's car crashing into them. I mean, there hasn't been anything from the stewards about it, so either it may have been Ernest at fault, or that report could backfire. It's going to be interesting to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, that is interesting. So we'll have to see what happens there as we carry on lapping around, just keeping an eye on the steward report and the steward announcements channel in the Discord, which is where all the everyone goes to complain, which is quite common because who doesn't love a good complaining here?
Oh yeah.
Now, yeah, as we carry on, now we're here on board with a Porsche, I believe this is. Yes, it is. It's Alex Tunbridge running in P8. I might have to have a word with him after this. This is very poor from Alex Tunbridge, I must say. I'm joking.
I remember once having a race, I think it was actually in the SRA. He was in a BMW, and I was in a Porsche. He's usually much quicker than this, so this is not the best.
Yeah, he's not been on the pace today. Obviously, sim racing is one of those things where it can make a massive time difference if you've just practiced a lot in the week. He may just not have had the time, may have had things going on in his personal life, which is had to adhere to. Sim racing is nobody's full-time job, pretty much, apart from very few. It's very much a hobby, so it always comes second in terms of work and family and things like that. So, in terms of, obviously, fast drivers can you can be a bit off the pace simply because you've just not had the time to put in the practice. So.
There's been another incident for the 904, and that's a warning one for abusing track limits. And both the 65 Sim Apex car and the 904 both get a warning for that.
My assumption is that that's just running wide off of the first corner and then gaining time through there. Obviously, if you kind of run wide, you can gain more momentum, which gains more time. So that where my assumption would be where most of the track limits happening. That or coming out of maybe the fifth corner, maybe just running a bit wide over the curbs. But
everywhere it looks actually. Just as I'm reading the decision, I understand if it's a bit every few laps, but it's cutting meters every few laps, and it's just getting too much for the stewards to handle.
Yeah, that is fair enough. Obviously, the stewards are just doing their job, just putting people in their place who step out of line. When compared to the rule book, the rules are there for a reason. This is an e-sport, obviously, so you have to you have to stick to them. So
there's someone off. There's someone off, and that's almost a dangerous rejoin.
That was very close there from the Porsche. That was very close from the Porsche. That was just rejoined there.
I actually went and looked away about like, it's gonna be a crash.
Luckily, nobody was hurt in the making of that shot.
Yeah, no Porsches were damaged in the making of this live stream.
But it was just it looks like it just span round and came resting at that angle and was trying to pull away just at the wrong time. But luckily nothing happened out of it. So looks like we got away with the incident.
There's actually Danny Robbins just actually making their way both past this Ferrari and Porsche, who are actually in a battle. This is for position here. Cameron Cisano in the Ferrari, who is being chased by David Martin. And Martin actually getting a good exit. And it could be going side by side, maybe, hanging back a little.
And all the ladies are coming to the pits at the same time. George Jakes in the pits, Ernest Lappin's in the pits, and Danny Robbins is in the pits.
Sansano actually got a slide, and it's side by side coming into turn 3, but Sansano actually keeping it ahead of the Porsche.
Yeah, it's just managed to stay ahead there in P4. Obviously, they'd rather be fighting for P3, but still 2 hours and 40 minutes to go of this race.
And more information on that incident with Ernest Lappins and Ferrari. Drive-through penalty for Ernest Lappins, causing a collision with the GTE.
Now, that may be why Ernest Lappens came into the pits. He may have just gone in and served his drive-through immediately. So that's what my assumption's going to be. But I'm presuming that he's probably got the pace to get back out there and get back to the front very quickly. He's been rapid this entire race. So we'll have to see.
If he can pull a 16-second gap on Manchester Lucas during an hour, he can easily make up that same 16-second gap chasing him down.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what Ernest can do or his teammate can do. Obviously, we're coming up to some driver swaps soon, I'd assume. So we'll have to see what happens. As we follow now the 11th place.
Danny Robbins. He's now down in P3 and 4 seconds behind.
Yeah, he came to pits.
Andre, so he lost out massively during the pit stop.
Yeah, I don't know if he's decided to go long this pit stop or that was just what happened, but that it's okay. Yeah, so here we can see the current standings of the race. So here we have Jan Katau leading, Darius Andre in second, and Danny Robbins in third. And then first in the LMP2 is Mantis Rekus, then Ernest Lappin in second, then it's Simple in third, Tony Lawless fourth, and fourth in the DPI. Excuse me for 1 second. Sorry, I've got a very dry throat. I should probably get a drink. And we've got Luxac in fourth in the fifth even in the LMP2 category. And then Alpha Cameron, which is your team, I believe, Ellie, is fifth in the DPI category, obviously recovering from that early spin. So that's the top 5 in both DPI and LMP2 categories. Now, moving off, we've got in the GTE category, we've got Sean Jacobs leading the way, followed by Max Janssen in the Sim Apex car, Ben Crooks in third, Cameron Sassano in fourth, and David Martin is in fifth. Rob Timpin in sixth after those many spins that he's had. Colin Matjaks in seventh, Alex Tunbridge in eighth, Hugo Ballo in ninth, and Roger Rio Silva in the BMW Brazil Racing Team car, rounding out the top 10 of the GTE category. As we follow round the Brazil Racing Team car now, having a bit ruck up and running very wide. It's good to see at least one team running the BMW. I may be slightly biased because I like BMWs and I ran with the BMW when my team was competing earlier this season. Not very well, obviously, but we still competed, and it kind of became my little shitbox almost. Well, not really. He wasn't bad, but it was just tricky to drive. It's a bit of a lump. It doesn't like corners, shall we say?
The rear end is a bit wayward.
But yeah, I still love it. So it's good to see someone taking the charge and running in the top 10 as well. So they'll be getting a point. And if they survive to 2 hours, and that's
who's that off?
Danny Robbins got off the track.
This seems to be the contact. And is that bike going into a wall or just missing a wall? Just missing a wall, actually. That I think will be accounted for Danny Robbins by the way he came on.
I'm going to keep my eyes peeled on the Steward Reports channel because in a few seconds I think we will be seeing a report on that. Because I think Danny Robbins just didn't see the car and he was on the track as the Ferrari exited the previous corner. But very mysterious to see Danny Robbins go off the track in the first place. He's been very quick this entire weekend, so a rare mistake there from Danny Robbins. As we are now on board with David Martin, chasing down the speed, one of the Ferraris. Can't tell which one that is, apologies. It's a bit dark in my room, so I can't quite see my phone screen right. And yeah, he's running. What do you think?
In terms of racing, there's a few people who I think will actually be kicking themselves for throwing this race away. One of them definitely could be Rob Timpin, leading, and then all of a sudden just having spins and is just so far back off the lead now.
Yeah, Rob.
Ernest Lappins too, if he can't make up that gap, because he's actually in the pits now, so...
Obviously there's still 2 hours and 30 minutes to go, so it's not all over till the fat lady sings, as they say. But it's with endurance race you do have to remain consistent. You can gain your way back if you're fast, but you also have to be consistent. So, obviously, as you said, Rob Timpen, he was leading the GTE category very early on, was running very well, and I'm not sure what happens if he just had one spin, just made a mistake under the pressure, and then that just got on his head, and he had multiple spins, and he's just fell down further and further down the order until he's now at P6. He was down in P8 at one point. So that's really unfortunate there for Rob Timpen in the Speedy Mike Porsche to end up where he is. But I'm sure he'll be able to get back somehow. There's an LMP going up the inside of the Speedy Mike Ferrari there in front of us. And and as you said, Ernest Lappins as well with that drive-through. Obviously, when you're coming up behind a GTE car, obviously the braking distances are different. You're going at different speeds, obviously, so you're approaching them a lot quicker than they're going. But then also, they have to hit the brakes a lot earlier than you because they have worse brakes than you. So,
can we appreciate, just sorry to cut in, but can we just appreciate the fact there's been 90 minutes and not a single code 80?
That has been impressive.
It's really impressive.
I mean, at Sebring, we had a code 80 in about 10 minutes, which may or may not have been me. We won't talk about that.
What are you on about?
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, but there was a code 80 in 10 minutes, then there was another code 80, and then there was like 3 or 4 through the entire race. And then at Spa, we had one in about half an hour. And then there was obviously the server crash and the red flag. And there was a lot
one in the first 10 seconds.
Yeah, there was a lot going on. At Spa.
And there's been a lot going on here, but it's no one's hitting a wall. Just each other.
No one's had any serious damage, and the places where everyone's gone off, it's just been places where you're not going to get hit. So it's very good to see.
You only get hit if you can have a dangerous rejoin like a Porsche almost did to Alex Tunbridge.
Yeah, that was a bit too close for.
Yeah, just wincing and turning away from the screen as I saw it. I'm like, oh my god, that back could have been huge. But sorry, I'm just going to cut there, Ellie. But there is the report for Danny Robbins coming onto the track and touching that Ferrari. Yeah.
So I'll keep an eye on that. Sorry for interrupting you. Do please carry on.
There's a warning for the number 36 360 Motorsports DPI for an incident with the number 64 Sim Apex team. Not sure what that was for exactly. So I just look into the steward's report, ignoring blue flags and put them onto the grass, so forcing another car out wide.
Yeah, we'll have to see what happens there. Right, yeah, there's been a fair amount of contact. We've been trying to be quite, lenient in terms of the tracks and penalties in terms of what is allowing us to report. Because there was a race at Daytona we had earlier in the season where basically the first kind of hour and a half was just report after report after report for nothing. So the stewards actually had to release a bit of a statement, kind of telling the drivers just to ease off a little bit on the steward reports. So we're not seeing as much as you'd expect. Although we keep talking about it, it's not actually that many coming in. So it's good to see that people are acknowledging it as a racing incident. A racing incident is dying out nowadays because nowadays an accident is always somebody's fault, as it seems.
Yeah. You say you just keep getting there's mounds of incident reports, but what would you rather? Mounds of code 80s producing no racing, or mounds of reports due to everyone closely racing together?
Exactly. It's so you win some and you lose some. Nothing is going to entirely work in this scenario, so you've got to take what you can, really. As I've just noticed that Darius Andre is in the lead. Again, that was probably because Danny Robbins went off. I'm going to assume that's because Danny Robbins went off.
Well, Danny Robbins was already 4 seconds behind after the pit stop, so there's a double lockup for Porsche in front of Danny. It's contacting Andre Dolphin, he's into the wall! No, he keeps it out the wall. But
That is the race leader, Darius Andre. Danny Robbins go. Oh no,
Danny
there's
Robbins
big
takes the lead,
contact behind.
and there's even more contact. Yeah, but Danny Robbins is
Besides
coming to the lead,
Darius
so.
Andre.
Oh, and now Danny Robbins getting a bit loose on the braking. And the very things getting forced out wide by a Porsche GTE. It's all kicking off again.
That was a bit of commentator's curse there for Darius Andre. The second I started talking about it, it all went wrong.
I was about to say how Danny Robbins was already 4 seconds back after the pit, so look at him, he's now 1 second in the lead.
Oh,
and now we're back to how we started.
Yeah, back
chasing
to square
and
one.
chasing.
Darius Andre having contact with a Ferrari and going off and then coming on, and just an unsighted LMP2 just slamming into the back of him. That's
No, that was the phase 6 DPI. That was Luca Gray.
Oh, I'm a bit lost for words, to be honest. It's all happened.
I said that I think it was in TeamSpeak before briefing. Nobody made me lose my voice in the first few laps. It's been happening about an hour and a half in.
Well, we've managed to make it this far. It's it's all just continually kicking off here at Portimao. We've had an event on our hands, shall we say. It's been an interesting race. So we've got to see what happens in the future. Obviously, there's still 2 hours and 25 minutes to go of this race, but the action we've had so far, I'm sure that's going to continue well into the second half. So, as we are on board with David Martin here, following the speedy white Ferrari of Cameron Sansano, as an LMP2 just darts up the inside of both of them there. Darius Andre, I'm going to presume that's big damage, because that was a big hit on him, as we are here with Danny Robbins.
He's dropped 8/10 already. Almost now 2 seconds behind, so that for 64 is definitely damage, I believe. So that they may box this lap.
Yeah, keep your eyes out for that, because the first contact with the Ferrari, I don't think would have been too much damage, maybe just a bit of bodywork here and there, but the second was a big hit on the rear, at full pace, so I think that may have done some damage to
contact with a Porsche, and Darius Andre is wiggling, so yeah, I think that is damage and a penalty to Luca Gray. Let's just come up.
Yeah, so we've got to see what happens here. Eyes peeled, see if Darius Andre is coming into the pits. No, he hasn't. That is interesting.
Ignoring blue flags is why the 36 has got a drive-through penalty.
That's but yeah. So Darius Andre even not coming into the pits. That's it's interesting to see there from the Sim Apex squad. He obviously feels he wants to stay out and just finish the end of his stint. Feels that's saving him the most time.
This is going to. This in the Stewards report. It's just come in. So. Says number 64 Sim Apex have reported Luca Gray for hitting Darius Andre, which I think is a bit stupid, because you're coming over a blind corner. How are you supposed to know when the car's there? And then Nick Newcomb, whose teammate for Luca Gray, has reported the 64 for an awful rejoin.
The Stewards Report channel is popping off right now, if I say so myself.
Yeah, and I think it's starting to become an argument, because Nick Newcomb saying the 64 drove square onto the track. It's like, this could be a bit, spicy.
Yeah, and there you go. Our main steward, Robert Paul, has just said, "I have 7 reports, please stop." It's getting a bit over.
Please. Yeah. Oh my God, that's where Gorgo's just come in with the John Burko order.
It's all just kind of happened a bit in the last kind of 15-10 minutes. It's all just completely kicked off again. So
I actually need a line.
You go do that then. I'll just have you.
Nobody crash. Just yet.
I'll make sure they won't. We're on board here with Alex Tunbridge chasing down Rob Timpin, who, as we said earlier, was ever so high up in terms of the race position. He was leading as there's a yellow flag in sector 1 there, But he's just had some terrible luck. I'm not sure if it was just a mental thing. Danny Robbins has a penalty. Oh no, what's Danny Robbins got a penalty for? Rejoining the track unsafely for Danny Robbins. Oh, there you are. So that is our race leader with a penalty. So that is really going to shake things up. I'm not sure what he's got. He's got a drive-through penalty. So there you are. Third warning for Danny Robbins. Still rejoining the track of safety. So I assume he's gone off somewhere and come back on. And, well, he's now got himself a drive-through penalty. So that now hands the lead back to Darius Andre. This race, the pendulum continues to swing.
What's happened now?
Danny Robbins has a penalty.
Oh, God.
For warning number 3.
I think Darius Andre is going to get a penalty too for rejoining the track.
Well, and that, if Darius Andre gets a penalty as well, that could, put Jan Katau on the drive. Jan Katau has been kind of sitting in third place quite quietly this entire race.
Yeah, just watch Jan Katau get a penalty.
He could suddenly find himself well within the mix, or as you said, just get a random penalty just to even it out a bit.
I think there's penalties left, right and centre in DPI at the moment.
Yeah, it's all just absolutely carnage.
It's definitely not been clean.
No, it has not been clean.
Just looking, is it starting to cloud over a little on the track?
I think it is. We didn't have any rain scheduled.
Well, there's a 20% chance. I know that, but...
It could happen, but I'd say it's not likely. But keep an eye on the weather, just in case.
Yeah, because if it does rain...
going to come in this lap, we'll have to have a look. No, he's not going to. He's going to try and run it as long as he can.
Yeah, just trying to think, if it does rain, and it rains heavy, the track gets quite treacherous. It's so hard to control.
Yeah, it's, yeah, you just got to kind of do what you can, really.
Yeah, and there's been more arguments in what's it called?
The steward reports. Oh dear.
Yeah, and it's been told to move to Simplymod paddock. And the 36 now get a second warning for pushing someone off track. So I think the 99 or the 420 could be the only DPI to not receive penalties.
This has been one hell of a race, I must say. It's, we've not even reached half distance. And it's been absolutely chaotic.
I was about to say we need to create highlight reels. Reels.
The highlight reel, how can the highlight reel could just be the entire race, frankly, at this point. It's been so good so far. And we are here with Luxak, who's in 6th place in the LMP2 category with Royal Blue Racing. They've been quite quiet today, actually. I was expecting a bit more from the Royal Blue team. So that's a bit disappointing, but we'll have to see what they can do as they come forth. And now on board here with Ben Crooks, who's chasing down Max Janssen in 2nd place. And he's got to have a look to the inside here of the car. I believe he's trying to have a look.
No.
What's happened now?
Nick Newton's now arguing with Santi, saying, unsafe rejoins are allowed since when? And Santi saying, that's never allowed. Just to Simplymod paddock or launch a counter report for this, and he has, but they had to take, I don't know, something. I think that's regarding a drive-through, and it's just kicking off here. I don't know, the number 420 DPI has just become our 5th DPI to receive a penalty. Drive-through for a dive for bombing a GTE.
Oh, it's all kicking off. And now there's it's just a mess, frankly.
Yeah, will the 99 DPI get away without having a penalty? I doubt it.
No. It's absolute just. I'm a bit lost for words, to be honest, at this point.
Same.
Anyway, Danny Robbins still hasn't. No, but I don't believe Danny Robbins has served his penalty. Neither was Darius Andre. But Darius Andre has actually got past Danny Robbins.
Oh, yeah.
So that's happened.
Lock up for Rob Timpin and
Tunbridge. Yeah, Alex Tunbridge looks like he's gonna definitely have a look, and he doesn't have a look. He might try and switch back.
Just look at the bumper of Rob Timpin. It says, "My other car is a Ferrari." I just noticed as Alex Tunbridge looks to be sending one down the inside.
Down into turn 5. Can he make it stick? Yes, he can.
Yes,
Lovely
he can,
move.
and he has the apex.
Lovely
And
move there.
look who's behind again. The 904 and the 64.
Lovely move there from Tunbridge as we as he heads round, coming into the back half of the track.
And here comes the API again. And it actually looks to be relatively clean one. If you can actually say.
Yep. So we carry on. Hopefully, Alex Tunbridge will be hoping to try and get a get now. Try and just pull away from Rob Timpin, and here is Danny Robbins all over the back of Darius Andre. I don't think he's taken his penalty. I'm not sure, but Darius Andre has to take a penalty, so we'll have to see what happens because the drive through here.
Oh, he's on the pit.
Oh, and here he goes.
Here
There goes Danny Robbins. In he comes to serve his penalty.
Not gonna lie, it sounds like you said Daddy Robbins, not Danny Robbins.
Not quite.
Yeah.
But there is.
I have noticed with this track is it's not like it has a lot of elevation changes, which sometimes crumple the cars a lot. But it's not like how it was where it just would just yeet you sideways into more.
Yeah, it's it's obviously a new track, so there's lots of runoff if you do make. It's quite a forgiving track. There goes Yankatao as well, getting past Danny Robbins.
And the rejoin's now being looked at for the 64. So I will be looking onto this right now.
The pro cars managed to get past Danny Robbins as well. So it's
drive-through penalty for the 64 for unsafe rejoin.
Oh,
penalty,
here we go.
And there it is. It's just been confirmed that that's the C64 shout. Why did they hit a wall or anything? That looks slow, but maybe back up to speed now. It's Darius Andre now receives a penalty for an unsafe rejoin.
That's the second. I believe it's the second penalty.
He's into the pits now. He's into the pits now. Wants to serve it straight away.
There he goes. Darius Andre, so he is going to come out. He is now going to come out right next to Yankatao and Danny Robbins, so this is going to be very close. Yankatao has suddenly found himself in a position where he may be leading this race.
It's a three-way battle for the lead now.
It's all kicking off. And here we are looking at the pass. Where are they? There's Darius Andre coming out the pits. Where's Yankatao? There he is, coming over the crest. Yankatao's all over the back of him. He's going to try and make the move. He is going to look to the inside. No, Darius Andre manages to hold the lead.
Danny Robbins a bit further back.
Manages to hold the lead. Darius Andre. And this has now become a three-way battle.
And maybe even a three-way crash if they're not careful. Just trying to remember how it was with the side-by-side contact that Danny Robbins and Darius Andre had just about, what, half an hour ago?
Yeah, not long ago.
Feels like it was ages ago with the amount of action we've had.
This race
I'm about to join it.
This race just continues to provide. Every single lap there is another twist and another turn here in the Simplymod Endurance Series. And here we are.
Replace this for F1. No, replace F1 for this.
I mean, it does kind of just put into perspective on the subject. And when F1 raced here, the race was boring apart from the first 3 laps when it was kind of a bit wet. So it kind of just puts into perspective. Just kind of you need the right cars at the right track, really.
Yeah, this track produces great racing, and I'm about to find out. I'm going to go see ya and get into a race car.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Ellie, and good luck in your stint. Have some
If I
fun.
crash, you'll see me back.
Yeah, if you come back, yeah. Very
no,
close there from Danny Robbins, trying to
almost.
get the inside of Young Fowl. Yeah, thank you, Ellie, for joining us, and possibly see you soon. Hopefully not.
Hopefully not, as Danny Robbins looks to go down the inside.
And there goes that Danny
Makes
Robbins,
the
and
move.
he's got the move done in Mankatow. How's it go?
Has he though? I think they're still side by side.
Yeah, Yankatow on Danny Robbins. On the outside of Yankatow. Oh, they can't have gone there, goes Yankatow!
Oh, no contact! That was Yankatow actually getting into the side of Danny Robbins. Danny Robbins doing nothing wrong there. And one I'm going to ask is, please no country, no all the DPIs.
Oh,
I have a feeling I'm going to die.
Still, the twists and turns continue. The pendulum continues to swing back and forth in this race. Oh, it's just never ending.
See ya.
So thank you very much, Ellie. See you later. Right, well, here we are then. On board with Danny Robbins now, chasing down Darius Andre in the fight for the lead. It's just me now commentating, I believe. Unless anyone else wants to come on and chip in, they're welcome to. But at the moment, it's just me for the time being. So, I can't tell what battery my phone's on either. That's really helpful. Yeah, here we are. Danny Robbins chasing down Darius Andre. Darius Andre, obviously taking his penalty now. Yankatow has dropped back after that incident, and he kind of brought that upon himself, to be honest, just drifting a bit wide. Unfortunately, I'm expecting there to be a steward report on it already. No, there isn't. Not yet. No report yet, but I've got my eyes on the report channel, so I'll keep you posted on that. There is Darius Andre, ooh, getting very twitchy out of that corner as he heads down into the dipping left and up the hill into the right-hander. And, well, it's obviously it's a very tough track, Portimao. It's very hard to keep the car pointed in the same direction, but Darius Andre, he's got a very aggressive driving style. He's we've seen the back end in this race just constantly squirming around. And Danny Robbins is all over the back of him now, coming onto the main straight, and there is also a cluster of GTEs that they're going to have to go down the inside of. And there's Ernest Lappins as well. And Darius Andre getting the slipstream off of Ernest Lappins, so I think he's going to be clear this time round into turn 1, but there's a Porsche on the inside. Ooh, I really don't like that pit exit. And Darius Andre now having a dive down the inside of another Porsche. And Sim Apex car has been very quick today, it must be said. The top Danny Robbins in the 904 car, and then that Sim Apex. Oh, and there is an absolute mess here down at turn 5. Oh dear. Oh, Danny Robbins Darius Andre almost getting pushed onto the gravel there by the Ferrari. And that's allowed Danny Robbins to get right up the back of him. Here we are then, the twists and turns continue. As I was saying, these two have just been absolutely rapid. They've been fighting all race long. I'm hoping as we go into the driver swaps that we can continue to have these two cars fighting at the front of the grid, or front of the pack, for the rest of the race. There's a 20 seconds stop go for one of the cars. Wow. For the number 34 KBR car, I think that might be a GTE. That's a big penalty there. 20 seconds. That's a long time to be sat in your pit box. As Danny Roberts now looks to get the slipstream, and there goes Darius Andre into the pits. So I think Darius Andre is coming in for his driver swap, and he will be getting out of the car, I presume. Yep, into the pits he comes. 2 hours and 6 minutes remaining. We'll be seeing Darius Andre get out of the car. It's been a fantastic stint by him. He's been absolutely rapid at the front of the grid. And, you know, kudos to him for being, you know, obviously there was a couple of incidents, but, you know, the front of the DPI field has been all over the place in general, so it's not just exclusive to him. It's a big well done to Darius Andre for that mega stint. He's been, and on the subject of mega stint, Ernest Lappins has managed to get within 3 seconds now of Rexis in the lead LMP2 in the Sim Apex LMP2. Bear in mind he had a drive-through penalty which drops him about 12 seconds back. So he's a big stint here from Ernest, from last to first, second, and now within fighting distance of first again. That's absolutely monstrous stuff from him. So a big shout out to my man Ernest Lappins for that. He's very impressive. He's a very quick driver, Ernest. Very young, very quick. He does great things while on the track, and he's a good lad as well. So you know, that's very much impressed with him. But obviously, I'm sure we won't be seeing much longer of everybody else in the pit, or might be seeing much of everybody on the track even. As coming up to a halfway point in the race, I'm assuming we'll see most people coming in for their driver swaps. As we are, Matthew Quick now leaves the pits, and away he goes out the pit lane. This is a very tight exit to the pit lane as we go now, and out he comes. Alright, so just over 2 hours remaining. We're just going to have a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back afterwards with more of the action.
You could have prevented this with a Simplymod phone holder. Simplymod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a Simplymod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a Simplymod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, GTE or Formula 1 wheel, visit Simplymod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Welcome back to the 4 hours of Algarve here, the Simplymod Endurance Series, round 5 out of 6. I've now been joined in the commentary booth by Ron and Alfie. Hello guys, welcome along. Hope you guys are doing all right.
How you doing?
Alfie seems to have muted himself again, so it's just Ron now. Hello. Yeah, I'm
Hello
not too bad.
again.
How are you?
Yeah, it's been okay today. Just chilling. But I am keeping an eye on this race as I am. I am watching it on stream right now, and like you said, sorry. You're about to say something?
No, I was just agreeing with you.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I was saying, commenting on what you said about Lappins earlier. Yeah, Lappins is a quick guy, and we would expect him to catch up on Enriquez sooner rather than later. But though he's trying to keep the gap as consistent as he can between himself and Enriquez. But anything can happen, but what usually does. So just wait and see what happens next, really.
Indeed, and obviously we've still got 2 hours left and a driver swap to go. So all of the work that the drivers have done on this first thing can be undone by someone just not being on the pace. So we'll have to see what happens as we're just coming up to just over 2 hours remaining, half distance in this 4-hour race, as we are with Ernest Lappers now as he's chasing down Mantis Rekus in that Sim Apex LMP2 Orica. As we were mentioning, he's managed to pull the gaps on. It's kind of sitting quite happily at about 3 seconds at the moment, but it's anything can happen. It depends who comes in first really for the driver swap. Obviously when you're in the qualifying, you put your number one driver in the qualifying, and then that driver has to start the race. So your second driver typically is your weaker driver at the track. So it depends who bites first, who's willing to take the weaker driver. Is the weaker driver on a similar pace? Are they slower? Nobody really knows. So we just got to see what happens. Keep it going for now, as we're on board here with Ernest on his way around down into the fifth corner as he dives down into the heavy braking zone, trying not to lock up, flicking. Oh, and he's run very wide there, and that's why there was a car up the inside.
Yeah,
I've Darius Andre.
Yeah, you can see him flashing his lights there. It was just like that. He was like, that was properly uncalled for. And he's nearly trying to dive in again. It goes wide. Oh, keep it on track, my guy.
He's not happy with that, I don't think. That was a very late move by Darius Andre by the looks of things. He was currently down in P3 after that pit stop. And Jan Catal's actually fallen quite back from Danny Robbins. So I think Jan Catal may have gone off during the break, which is unfortunate for him. And that leaves Danny Robbins well and away as the leader of this race. But he still has to take a pit stop. So Darius Andre, they should be around about coming out at similar points. So we'll just have to see what happens. Is Danny Robbins going to try and very long on this stint and then have a driver swap done? Because we know that Darius Andre needs to make another stop, as that's Alex Tunbridge coming into the pits here, presumably for a driver swap.
Yeah, who's well, let's see who Tunbridge is swapping with. But though on topic with Catal, like with Lapids, Catal is a quick guy, and as we saw in another league that Robbins is in with Drillers, he didn't have that much luck. So we could, but under Catal, even though we haven't really seen that much of him in said league, we know what he's capable of going up the field. So and you can see the gap is actually closing in. He was around 21 seconds, literally, a couple of seconds ago. Now he's just increasing again. But you can see that he is actually trying to close up on Robbins as much as he can. So don't rule that out Catal at all.
Exactly, and as we keep mentioning, there is still 2 hours of this race to go. It's an endurance race; it's a long one, so anything can happen. Danny Robbins can make a mistake. Someone could retire. There could be a code 80 that really is beneficial to someone's strategy. We'll have to see what happens as we're following around one of the Speedy Mike Ferraris here. I'm not sure which one that is. Going on board with it now as it tries to overtake someone. That is Matthew Clip even trying to overtake Jan Fenistra into the first corner. And he's looks like he's going to get the move done nice and cleanly up the inside.
Nicely done.
Dear!
No,
and there's big contact. Oh.
That's a shame bear. The guy who I forgot who the man is chain bear was. Those videos. Yeah. But he's not going to be happy about seeing one of his affiliated cars just spinning off the first couple of corners. I mean, and it is a difficult circuit to get around. It's Algarve, isn't it? I'm just trying to get used to it. It is Algarve, isn't it?
Yeah, it's Algarve. Portimao. It can't be called Portimao, but it's officially Algarve.
Yeah. I remember driving on this circuit for an old rFactor league using the F1 2006 mod. Yeah. And going into those first couple of corners, you can't really find the proper braking zone and whether to turn, because those cars were so overreactive on steering, and you have to just try and find the proper breakaways into the first couple of corners, and they're fast corners. Don't forget. and you're just like, oh, I'm just messing up on the entry or the exit. I'm just going wide. What am I doing? And you have to remember, I'm not the best of drivers. Okay, I'm not the best of drivers, but it's just trying to get through those corners. It's just difficult sometimes.
It is a very tricky circuit. You know, it's all high speed, you know, angles, corners, but it's also very much a flow to this circuit. So while I say angles, I don't mean somewhere like back where it's all 90-degree corners. You know, it's all very tricky, tight yet quick corners. So it's always, you know, the terrain, you know, the elevation is constantly undulating. So the corners are you can be going up and then down at the start and the exit of a corner. So it's a tricky circuit, and although, you know, there's those big runoffs if you do make a mistake, I mean, it is really hard, you know, to get the hang of it is really hard to master. So it's tough going around here. So you can understand why, you know, some drivers may not be around where they usually would be. You know, maybe they're just struggling with a particular circuit, or maybe they just haven't had enough, you know, practice time during the weeks leading up to this race. But I say that round goes a Ferrari. No, just to highlight, it's such a tricky circuit. You know, the corners, they've all got camber, and, you know, as you can see, the elevation change is just constant through every. It's not somewhere like Spa where, yeah, the elevation may go up and down a little, but really there's only one, you know, big uphill moment in Eau Rouge and Raidillon, and then there's just a constant back downhill over the rest of the circuit. You know, this corner, each corner's at a different altitude. You know, you may be going up one corner and then, you know, down heavily, like down through here. It's very, very steep downhill, and then coming into the dip and back up.
It's just undulating all throughout the place, really. You just can't really figure out if you're going uphill or downhill. Yeah, and even though you're supposed to know it, sometimes it just catches you off guard, really.
Yeah, and as we speak, there is Danny Robbins coming to this for a driver swap. And it's Roland Sux in the car now. So Danny Robbins, who's had a massive first stint for his team, will he come out in front of Darius Andre? I don't think he will. I think Darius Andre, it's going to be really tight. It's 2 seconds as he exits the
Andre's
pit,
got it.
to the outside. And there's Darius Andre sweeping round.
Oh, Christ! That was a deja vu moment and a half. Oh, penalty for Dubai, but what a deja vu moment for Andre.
That's a big moment for Darius Andre, and that leaves Yanka Town the lead of this race for the time being. But Darius Andre does have to have a driver swap. He has not had a driver swap yet. So this really plays into the hands of the 904 team, because, you know, Darius Andre now has to have another, you know, longer pit stop, which that team does not have to make. So Darius Andre's really now got to push and try and create a gap, so he knows he has that fallback on which he can have that driver swap.
Yeah, but looking at the situation right now, Andre's getting sucked up by, I believe, a backmarker, just managed to get rid of it. Oh, cutting a little bit of the anti-cut for Sux there, but he's keeping as tight as he can. Yeah, just sprint stuff. But though, yeah, like you said, Sux needs to go for another driver swap, you said, or have I got that wrong?
The 64 does need to do a driver swap. They have not swapped drivers yet.
Yeah, just keeping through that backmarker place, and he's not coming in. Would you believe that?
Darius Andre is running as long as he can. That would tells me that that team is having a bit of confidence issues in their second driver. I'm not sure who that is off the top of my head as he runs wide coming out of the first corner. Oh, and Roland Sux is getting held up there by the Ferrari massively. And that tells me the fact that Darius Andre is running as long as he can is that that Sim Apex squad, it doesn't quite have the belief in their second driver that they'd like to, so they want to run Darius as long as they can because they know that he's a decent chunk faster. So that could be interesting to watch and see.
Yeah,
you know,
I don't know, Rossi. I think the Sim Apex is also an alternate strategy. I think the DPI, compared to Robin's car on Shux's and now, is actually, as far as I know, it pits 7 laps earlier, so they might driver swap, but we won't know for a while because they're on a completely different strategy compared to the other DPIs they're fighting against.
we will have to see. Well, come back, Anthony, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, welcome back, Anthony.
Thank you very much. Welcome here, Ron. Didn't even know you were going to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've expanded the commentary booth for this race. as we continue looking at Matthew Klipp in, Lazarus Philippakos in the second Speedy Mike Ferrari here. I believe that Ben Crooks now has the lead in the GT category, but he has not had a driver swap yet, while everyone else has. So that could be something to keep an eye out for, because Greg Hall in the 51 Speedy Mike, there has been a driver swap in that car. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that, because Ben Crooks does need to come into the pits for a driver swap. And there's more GCEs getting in the way there. Roland Sooks, he's not having a great first section of his stint. It's just everywhere he turns, there's a traffic in the way. As he heads down towards turn 5, that big downhill section, manages to get through the Porsche, still on the back of Darius Andre. About 7/10 between them as they come up and over the hill before, just coming over this section and diving back down again, this tight uphill hairpin, keeping it very tight compared to Darius. I know there was a car there on the outside which he was lapping, but even then he still kept it very tight on the entry to the corner. So very interesting line through there. And that's Jan Katau in the pit. I'm assuming that's for a driver swap. So the leading Seawolf DPI is in. So let's see where he comes out compared to second and third of Darius Andre and Roland Sooks, as they are now heading down into the last half of the circuit, coming through this big right-hander onto this mini straight here and then into the corner, which name escapes me off the top of my head. This big right-hander, I think it's called Grav, is Gape. It's
a parabolic at its corner.
It is. It's a big sweeping right-hander. It just never ends. And there's a Ferrari in the way of Roland Sooks, but there goes Darius Andre and Roland Sooks ahead of Jan Katau. So flying past the third place car now.
So there's been a driver swap in LMP2. Mantis Records is how Color Peltmans is in, and the lead has changed with Ernest. No, Toyn Lawyer is leading, but Ernest Lappin should have the lead provisionally once Toyn is.
Because Lundvald is actually leading. Lundvald's actually leading.
Oh yeah. Bro, I thought you
Oh, there's even more drama in the LMP2 category. Lappin seems to have a pit stop on everyone, but he does need to make a driver swap. And Connor Peltman's been in the car. He's a first race for that Sim Apex squad in this Simplymod Endurance series. He's a very quick driver, Connor. He actually won the F3 Summer Series Mini League that was run by Ace Racing League as well. So don't expect him to be significantly slower than everybody else. So expect him to be on the pace pretty quickly. As we're on board here with Roland Sooks, and we have someone else join the call as well. Who's that?
There's a Tunbridge.
Well, hello there.
Oh my God, everybody's here. So welcome along, Alex. We've got Alex Tunbridge joining us as well after his stint. How are you doing?
Very good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks. How do you think your stint went?
It's alright.
We were all very disappointed with you.
Why? What did I do?
You weren't winning.
Oh well, I blame a pink LMP2 for that.
Fair enough. We count him regardless of the Roland's still all over the back of Darius Andre. Oh, and there's a slight slide from Darius Andre's car off there as well.
He's not. He's having a nightmare of a time.
He is. That could have been very costly. He's really struggled with that corner through this race, Darius. He's slid through there a couple times, but that could have really been, not great, as there's a big one there from Roland Sooks as well. Both drivers pushing so hard.
Wiggle.
You can just see there as they're pushing. They're starting to make just little mistakes because they're just driving the absolute wheels off the car. As they come now over the mountain or hill or whatever you want to call it. I think it's more of a mountain than a hill, to be honest. Back down again. This absolute roller coaster of a track, up and down, left and right. It never ends, and now into the left, followed by the never-ending right, followed by the even longer never-ending right. It's such a long track, this. All the corners are so just phenomenal to drive along. And now into Gape, or Galp, or whatever you pronounce it, I can't remember. Coming through, I don't think Roland is going to be quite close enough to truly benefit off the slipstream, but you never know. I'm sure he'll be in the highest fuel setting he has available to him.
So Lundvald and Lawyer are in the pits now, so
yeah, we do.
Gets into the lead now.
And Linus Lundvall's in the pits as well, so Lappins is in the lead.
I wonder if that can be a driver swap. Don't know who his teammate is, but...
Yeah, so the Sim Apex car and the Seawolf car both in the pits in LMP2. So Lappins gains the net lead of that race again, but we've got to see what happens with him because he also does still have to do a driver swap. I'm not sure how much longer he's got left to run before he gets disqualified for not swapping drivers because there is a maximum time limit.
I reckon he's going to do the whole thing.
Yeah, you can do 168 minutes of a 4-hour race alone, apparently.
Ah, well there you are then. So Ernest can do the whole thing if he wants to.
Well, not the whole thing, but another stint, I'd assume, is fine.
Yeah, so we could do with another stint. So we'll see what happens as he winds his way round into the back half of the circuit, through that rear view annoyed right, and then down into the dip. This circuit, actually, just look at the elevation changes all throughout. It's so fantastic. Just watching the cars go up and down, it really is a thing of beauty, even in the virtual world. As he just encounters a bit of traffic here. And there is not Danny Robbins, sorry, Roland Sux. Danny Robbins no longer in the car as they fly down the main street. It's a little bit closer this time. I don't think it'll be quite close enough again. And there's going to be a Ferrari that might get in his way. No, it doesn't. That's fortunate for him. They're just bouncing off the inside curve quite heavily. That's going to cost him a bit of time. And Darius Andre manages to keep it in shape this time round, although we did get a little bit wobbly on the exit there. He managed to keep it going, but Rowan Six is really close this time. He could have a look down into turn 5. He's already diving out the way just to see. Oh, and Darius Andre's locked up really close between the pair. And
Andre has to be careful. He has 2 warnings out of 3 now, as he's got another warning for dive bombing. If he gets 1 more warning, it's another drive-through, which will be very bad.
Very bad for him.
Yeah, you've got to see. And we've also got Joey now jumping into the commentary box with our solo. Joey, how are you doing?
Hello, hello, hello.
Oh wow, I haven't seen it for a while.
Been a while, yeah.
Joey's been broadcasting for us today, and he's now just up to jump in as well. So we've got a roaring commentary booth for the second half of this race from now.
It's going to be a boozy commentary booth, that's what I can tell.
Yeah, mate, pretty much all-star lineup, isn't it?
Let's try
stars we can get.
Bad spot, that's all I'm saying.
Speaking of booze, Alex, how are you feeling, man? Where are the balls? I haven't seen him any day on Snapchat yet.
I don't have Snapchat. You know that.
just trying to make an excuse why I haven't drunk any yet.
I've actually have a drink in my hand right now, so...
So speaking of, I'm going to get one myself, so be right back.
Good.
Alright. Anyway, back to the race.
Wonder how this will end. Maybe like Spa.
Exactly like Spa, that's my plan anyway.
Oh no.
I've just got
Where your drink? Where is your drink, Ron?
I'm trying to relax myself after my many surgeries lately.
I see. What was your payments to commentate today? Like a Squire Visuals logo in the bottom left-hand corner?
I wish, but we'll just have to wait and see. Eh? Anyway.
Yeah, let's not distract ourselves. Obviously, let's get back to Ross.
I'm still thinking about Sean Jones's with Squire hates jobs.
Bro, no, it's a family-friendly stream. Ross, let's get back to the race.
I think I know what we're talking about.
It's the reason why I said H.
Just don't finish it. Okay, Ross, let's do some commentating, yeah?
Yep.
Where's my man Ross at?
I don't think Ross is here. I think he's AFK for now. It's up to us.
I think Ross is muted, so obviously the obvious way to go now is Ron Squire on fucking lead. So on lead commentary, but you know, what are we watching now? Let's see. It's Robert Dubai in P11. I haven't seen much of him this race. But anyway, Ron, what are your predictions going in to the final spin? It's less than 2 hours to go now, isn't it?
I say for LMP1, I think that Suits just might nip it in front of Andre.
You think?
Even though he might have some tough luck, he might just suck it back up later on and just might edge out ahead. I might be wrong. Well, obviously, because as the old saying goes by Mary Walker, I don't make mistakes. I make prophecies that immediately turn out to be wrong.
Oh wow.
For
I have never
LMP,
heard that quote. Well, LMP2.
you never heard that quote.
I have never heard of that quote. I'm sorry. I'm not very cultured myself.
Have a look it up, okay? It will change your life.
Go on.
LMP2 lap-ins 100%, and for GTE, it's going to be between. Well, obviously, it's going to be between the top two, Hall and Maitika. Maitika.
Yeah.
Maitika. Sorry about that. An hour and 41 minutes left in this race, and wait, look. I remember what I said about Stukes possibly just going to get back into it. Look at the gap he's closing it up on. Look at the gap.
Yeah, it's honestly such an amazing job from him. Darius Andre himself is obviously a very good driver, but you know.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, to be honest, for myself, I haven't seen a lot of action from all the drivers on the grid. Obviously, know a few, such as Lapins, Jan Kentau I've raced against, obviously Nick Newcomb. I think everyone knows Nick. Very famous figure in the R52 community.
Alex Stonebridge.
Alex Stonebridge as well, yeah, who's joined by us. His teammates doing particularly well in P4 and GTE right now, but...
Oh wow, that was very good for him. Alex, do you think you might have a chance at the podium today? I think he's gonna wait to throw away his bottle.
I wouldn't be surprised. All I know is Alex does not need to be on the podium to taste some champagne tonight. That's one thing.
Exactly.
I
could be.
Just to make sure he.
It's always party central at the Tunbridge.
He just needs to make sure he doesn't bottle it.
Pretty much.
Yeah. That's the only bottle he should do today is the one in his hands, obviously. At least for Alex Tunbridge's team, anyway.
You've got a good team. What do I know about?
Great team.
Exactly. Oh, Ross is back now, I think.
I have returned. Hello.
Ross, we wanted you to lead, and then you were away. We didn't know what to do.
Oh, sorry, I just had to shoot off quickly. I'm back though.
Yeah, it's fine, of course. Ross, take us back into the race. We got a bit carried away talking about predictions. What are your predictions going forward? We're into the final hour and 40 minutes.
I mean, as of now, DPI, I'm not sure, because obviously Darius Andre still has to have the driver swap. And Ronan Sux is looking incredibly tasty, so I genuinely have no idea. LMP2, I'm gonna go for Ernest's team, the AFP car. I think they're pretty rapid. And then GTE, yeah, I'd have to say the Speedy Mike car that's in the lead. DDoS obviously are absolutely rapid, so it's either gonna be them or the Speed Mike car that's currently in the lead, I'd say. But anything can happen, obviously. As we head round now, could see if anybody wants an interview actually, because it's about an hour and a half left. Do you reckon we should interview people, or?
Yeah, I think it's a good time. Speaking of, I think we've got Mantis Records waiting up for an interview. So I'll just see if I can swipe in.
Yeah. In the waiting room.
Ross, let's say you saw yours, man.
Alright. Of course. Hello, how are you doing?
He's a man of few words, you know.
A very man of few words.
I think he should be able to talk. I think I've given him the perps. Might be a little bit shy, but it's Mantis, so I should.
I don't know. I don't think it's the perps. Maybe we have to communicate with like Morse code or something.
Oh, we can at least give it a shot.
Oh, he's not live now. Hello, Mantis.
Hello.
Mantis, hello. How are you doing? You alright?
Yeah, personally it's good.
Yeah, that's good. So, how's the race gone for you? Has it gone okay, or?
Well, yeah, it was going quite well. I dished the car in the lead, and now we're 30 seconds behind, so overall not really that good, but at least I did my part.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main goal. Obviously you've not in the lead anymore, as you mentioned. How do you think it's what are your hopes now going forward? Do you think you're going to just kind of carry on running where you are, or do you reckon you can try and challenge higher up, or?
Well, securing second place is gonna be the goal, because the duo of Lapins and Hakimi is absolutely deadly in any sim racing competition, so Yeah, as my teammate is a rookie, it's his first endurance race. Like literally mid-stint, I was guiding him how to map buttons to do a driver swap, how to actually join as a spectator. So, yeah, expectations are low, and considering we're second, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we know that Connor is a very quick driver, so hopefully everything should work out all right for you. Yeah, I don't think I've got any more questions for you. Does anyone else have any questions, or?
No, not really.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. You're welcome to stay or leave if you want, or do whatever. But yeah, thank you for letting us have you.
Have a nice day.
You too, man.
And you.
Yeah.
So there we are. First interview of the day / night / morning / wherever you are done. At the start of the interview, we did see one of the speedy like Ferraris going off. Managed to get going again. Just thought I'd point that out for anybody that saw. So yeah. So that's about it really. Nothing's really occurring at the moment. We've not had any major penalties that I know of. One car's going to get disqualified unless they change their driver's name. But apart from that, that's about it really.
There's not much going on. It's just chilling at the moment, much like Spa for the last 2 hours.
Yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, it's yeah. Obviously, the first kind of half of this race was just absolutely mental. There was penalties and drivers going off and contact everywhere. It's kind of settled down a bit now as we come to the last hour and a half. It seems to just kind of it's had its moments. It's just kind of relaxed now, but still, Roland Six is still chasing down Darius Andre for the lead of the race. They're still kind of neck and neck, only 2 seconds between them. So keep an eye on that one.
Just a little bit of a suggestion, because well, since we're not really talking about positions, because not much going on at the moment, maybe talk about liveries. Like any favourites popping out? Do we have any liveries that we think look really nice? Some that might not look that nice? Tell me about it.
I do like the Lapis livery. I don't wait to drive it for, but I do like.
I do like Suits livery, to be honest.
Nice.
Which one was that one?
The black and green one.
Oh, that's a default livery, literally. That's not even a livery. That's just green.
Is that
I don't know.
Is that the ARL car?
Yeah.
I mean, that will do. I mean, compliment to the league itself.
Yeah, that's why it did a bit of livery for Roland. It's just literally so we could have Roland complimented.
Let's see.
I'm quite a fan of the black Sim Apex liveries and their LMP2 cars are running. I really
Sim
like
Apex and Seawolf ones are so nice.
Yeah, I like the white Sim Apex. Like, that's nice, but I just feel like the black one works really well with the shade of yellow they've got.
Yeah.
Like the white, it almost like blends in a bit. It's almost kind of like you can't quite see it, but that kind of really highlights it. It's really nice.
I see where you're coming from. I mean, personal favourite of mine at the moment is the Seawolf car, just because I absolutely love the striking blue. And
yeah.
I mean, just like the decal or colours they are chosen for the stickers just fit really well. So, yeah.
I'm not a fan of the Seawolf car on the Porsche though. It looks a bit weird.
Sorry,
I
what was that?
Don't like it on the Porsche.
Do they have a Seawolf? Did I say Seawolf?
Yeah,
it's a
Seawolf.
Oh, I meant AFP. I'm sorry.
Good job.
Yeah, it's obviously a very nice livery. Well, the person who made the livery, I don't know who he is, but shout out to him.
Legend says eating McDonald's tonight. We don't know who it is, but let's not.
Who actually made the livery?
Me.
Oh, nice.
No, he just made it.
Cheers, Alex.
It's alright, bro. I kind of like it.
I also really like the royal blue LMP2 and
what, the chain bear one?
Chain bear one, but also the guy Linghini, he has a nice pink car, and the Nova Finlandia, every car of theirs is very nice.
Yeah, Nova Finlandia, I think relatively new team, always got banging livery since they were their founder. So, props to them.
Unfortunately, I think all their cars have DNF now, but...
Have they?
How many cars have DNF? I haven't actually kept an eye on it.
Sure. Let's see. The amount of cars that DNF is 5. It's not that many.
This might be an appropriate time to talk about a Superior League coming up on the 5th of December. Maybe Ross can say some more about that subject.
Thank you very much.
Gentlemen, I've got breaking news irrelevant to this. It's all over. The election is all over. Biden has won.
Biden's won, baby!
Yeah.
Way, we did it!
Apparently
he goes £5 down the drain.
Apparently he's actually won Pennsylvania. He's
Okay.
won Pennsylvania. That's enough to take him over to 100 to 270.
Well, I'm just going to say here, I prefer not to speak.
Alright, I'm going to leave now. That's enough. Bye.
Yeah, if Joey wants a social media person, he better not speak.
Look in the
Legend
chat.
says next
Look in the
word.
chat. We got Bobby Smurd in the chat saying good stream. So big up to you, Bobby Smurd, and the live stream.
Yeah,
saying-
big up. My name is Bobby Schroeder. Absolutely big up.
Yes.
Big
Now, Bobby Smurd, obviously Max Jansen doing a great job down that same Apex squad.
Gotta say, big shout out to Ethan Lim. I think it's his second or first race on rFactor 2. And he's riding in 7th place for Valence, I think, right?
Yeah, that's great. I mean, Ethan Lim, Jules Academy, personally close friend of mine. Just doing this bit, just got into the car, taking over from Patrick Russo now.
Drillers Academy is really up there with the academies. You have it alongside AFP Eagles and.
Yeah, I mean, we're not quite on that level yet of AFP Eagles. We obviously got star drivers such as yourself driving in it, but.
Thank you very much.
No, we're obviously in a good way.
Yeah, obviously.
Do you want
I really like the DDoS LMP2. It's kind of was Football Survivor. I don't know, but it sounds good.
The DDoS amazing.
If you want to download that app, then you'll know what it is.
Is it like a documentary?
No, it's like it's a betting app.
Oh,
okay, some advertisement.
Really
Let's
good.
see if I can actually find the car of Liam Rance. Because
if you go on the GTE, it'll be right at the back. It's very nice and easy to see.
let's see. Oh, let's actually find the LMP2 car, currently driven by Joseph Fagg. I think Liam Rance didn't do the best of jobs getting that car into P1. I think he was sitting last at some point. Nah, it was a joke. But
Liam did. He had very the traffic was very bad for him, to be fair.
yeah. I mean, how much is it? 45, 47 cars around Portimao?
Yeah, that's not nice.
Yeah, I wouldn't
He's got
do
lucky.
this. And we know superior leagues that don't, but let's not go into that. Yeah, to effectively see the P8 DDoS. What sponsor are we talking about? Is it the football thing?
Yeah, if you go on the GTE, it's pretty easy to see.
Let's have a look.
So I've been away for a while to check back onto the stream, see on my.
yeah, we forgive you. Don't worry.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
Well then.
There you go.
Joe Biden.
Download the app and then earn loads of money betting on football.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you paid IRL to advertise here, so I think we might have to censor that out later.
That's all right. I mean, I'll give them like a £1 free bet. Okay, fine.
Yeah, some of these cars are spinning everywhere. £1 free bet.
Yeah.
Wow. Can I both Biden winning the election?
Speaking
what we basically do, you buy into like a league, and then the winner takes all the money at the end, and you select a team each week to think you can win. And if that team loses, you're out of the league. If you win, you keep going to the next week.
Speaking of football, you know, everyone knows Fabrizio Romano, yeah?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, and you know his catchphrase, "Here we go."
Yeah.
Well, he's actually put "Here we go" for the election as well. That's practical confirmation. That's practical confirmation.
I love Fabrizio. I love him. He's so good.
Yeah, sure. Oh, Darius Andre is in the pits. Will this be a driver swap? I think it will. I think this is going to be a driver swap for Sim Apex though.
Yeah, it should be Simplymod. It's driver
So I
swap.
was calculating some things for Sim Apex, and according to my calculations, I'll have to do an extra pit stop compared to AFP and Seawolf. I think a splash and dash at the end for them, with them having a different strategy.
Yeah, so it should be a. Yeah, well, I'll have to see how that ends up. Ernest Slackens also does need to do a driver swap. He's got a couple minutes till he needs to get out of the car. So.
Yes, 16 minutes.
I think it's real happy hours here right now, guys, because I'm ordering McDonald's for the first time. How's that?
Oh, really?
Go on.
Oh, there goes your man, Alex. Bit sideways,
shit,
actually.
Deja vu.
Sebastian
No, not
also
again.
in the car now.
Pretty much.
Can you not look at the car anymore?
Pardon? Oh, no, it's just bad luck, isn't it?
It really is.
We'll just go away.
What is bad? There's such thing as bad luck if you're living on the. Never mind. I don't know what I'm saying.
Apparently his front tyres are dead anyway, so.
Bad luck does not exist on planet Squire. Keep it up. Going on. Anything happening?
I mean, there's a change of seats. Sebastian Apostle has just gone into the car. It's going to be very interesting with the DPIs, and then they're not really separated by much. And now Katawa's in the pits. Think he's going to drive our swap too.
Gentlemen, I'll be back in a bit.
That's sound.
Okay, Ron. Conway's free to be back.
Yes, so now Ron's away. We can actually start doing some some cheeky talking about him. Nah.
Who else wanted Trump to win?
We better not speak about politics.
I'm for not to speak.
I'm joking.
Trump might actually be watching this, so hello.
Yeah, you're right, Donald. How's it going, boss?
Obviously, yeah, the number 99 Republican esports didn't do very well this race. We won't talk about that back to the subject.
Anyway, I think it's maybe we should do a break for an ad break or something, no?
Yeah,
haven't had that in a while.
Why not?
We've got to represent our man at Simplymod, Lift, and Sadler Computers.
Yeah, man.
So we'll do an ad break and we'll be back in a bit.
You could have prevented this with a Simplymod phone holder. Simplymod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a Simplymod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a Simplymod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, GTE or Formula 1 wheel, visit Simplymod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Welcome back to the 5th round of the Simplymod Endurance League here at Portimao, the Algarve International Circuit. It's absolute scenes here because not a lot's happening. I'm joking, but yeah, welcome back after that quick ad break, which took a bit early. Yeah, so we're just following Christian Moshariq at the moment in the Royal Blue Racing car. He's in 5th place at the moment. We obviously had Darius Andre come in for his driver swap. Look, I can't remember who got in the car, but somebody. Yeah, so there we are. Darius Andre was replaced by Sebastian Apostle in the Sim Apex number 64, now chasing down Roland Sux in the 904 DPI. Yeah, so it looks like it's just going to be a battle to the finish between them from there. Benjamin Glesinski, he's also kind of lurking in the Seawolf DPI, just kind of biding his time, so we'll just see what happens there. Ernest Lappins still leads the way in LMP2, but he still has to do a driver swap, so keep your eye out for that. Connor Peltman's in 2nd in a very good position for the rookie to endurance racing, but he is a very quick driver as well, so don't doubt him for a 2nd. And then Santu Engqvist in P3 in the Oracle Seawolf car. He's jumped in the car after stewarding for 2 hours, so I'm sure he has several people who he'd like to murder for just making his life living hell. And then all the way down to the GTE category, well, we've got Greg Hall leading the way in the Speedy Mike number 51 Ferrari. Then we've got Machika in the Sim Apex Ferrari number 68, and then Sam Butters is in 3rd place in the Seawolf Porsche number 74. That is how the order of things are at the moment. Danny, we're not going to give our views on Joe Biden winning the election because I'm too lazy. And oh, sorry, Rob, I thought he was stewarding. Is it just you? Oh, fair enough. Let's all feel sad for Robert Bourne because he's stewarding on his own.
Yeah, man. Obviously, Robert Bourne, big icon in Romania. What more to say about him?
You know, he's a king of sim racing. You know, if you've ever like to touch the steering wheel, you heard the name Robert Bourne. He's a big name. So.
Especially if you look at some of the charts. I know Anthony brought up a chart yesterday. And what was it? A European map with like some. What was it? Anthony, are you here, mate? He's not, so I'm talking to myself.
Anthony's dead. Anthony's dead.
Oh, we got a DNF.
Do we? Who is it?
Who is the DNF?
Erwin, 420. Can't seem to.
Oh, the 420 Pride car. That is a shame. They were having a bad race, all race, and now they found themselves out of the car, out the race. It's a big shame. Just got a bit unlucky at the start. You know, had a half spin, and I've just been kind of lurking in the back of the DPI category ever since. So my sympathy goes to them, and yeah, and then there were 5 in DPI as we carry on. Yeah, so we carry on. If anybody wants an interview, please just bang it out on the Discord, and we'll get you in here for an interview. And yeah, obviously, Robert Pawney, you're like the most biblical figure ever to come from like just sim racing in general. And like, you're just so good.
Couldn't agree more on that, to be honest.
Robert Pawn fan club.
Well said.
Big up. So yeah, I've accidentally made that small. I'm trying to keep track of 2 screens. Apologies, everyone. But yeah, we carry on. It's just me and Joey at the moment, commentary, because everyone else seems to have just left.
Legendary duo, not to mention.
Yeah, obviously we're just so good. We've done this multiple times. We're literally just like a cut above most professional sim racing commentators possible in the world.
Up for hire as well.
Yep. If you need us, come find us. But we carry on anyway. So the race has been it's definitely calmed down a lot now. Late into the race. Yeah, first kind of 2.5 hours were just chaos, and now it's definitely a lot calmer now. Just kind of watching the cars go around, have a good time. You know how it is. I might actually plug my headphones back in because my phone has enough charge now, so you can actually hear me properly, which is nice. If you'll excuse me for 1 second.
Bit of contact there, I met you clip in the element too. I think that is Peltman's, isn't it?
That is Connor Peltman's there, I believe, yeah. As he fights his way through. And my headphones are. Apparently the serve is starting to lag a little bit, so that could be something to watch out for. You may be getting possibly a server crash, so keep your eye out on that. If there's a server crash, it's a red flag. The timer continues to count down, but we are not racing.
Fingers crossed, man.
Yeah, fingers crossed. We don't want that to happen. Obviously, that happened last time out in Spa. Just trying to remember where the last race was. Yeah, that happened last time out in Spa. There was a bit of a mix-up because it was the first red flag that we'd had in the Simplymod Endurance series, and the clock actually stopped, and in the end we had to end the broadcast early because Joey had to leave.
Yeah, I had to make my hamburgers, but we don't talk about that.
Yeah, we don't talk about that. Joey, yeah, you know, Joey just wanted to make his hamburgers. You know, we had to respect that. Was that someone joining?
I think there was. I think we're being joined by Liam Rance. Hello, Liam.
Hello.
Hello, Liam. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. And Benji's in the waiting room as well.
Oh, Benji as well. I mean, should we just swipe him in? Ben Crooks?
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah, Ben Crook from the Seawolf.
Oh, and there is contact there. And that is a Ferrari and a Ferrari. Getting a bit saucy out on track. That Ferrari's got big damage. Just looking at how it turned into that corner, that's not healthy.
Not very nice. But anyways, Ross, Ben Crooks from the Seawolf GT, he's all yours.
Thank you.
If I can
He's
swipe.
Ben Crooks from Seawolf, how you doing?
Hello.
I believe you're here for an interview. Are you ready to get interviewed? It's going to be the best interview you've ever had.
As ready as I'll ever be.
Right, so yeah, you're running pretty well in GT. How are you feeling getting out of the car? Are you feeling pretty confident about your position?
Yeah, I mean, the aim was to beat the Sim Apex 68 car. The Speedy Mike guys are pretty quick, so I don't think we'll catch them. But just see how it goes. We'll be going quite long on fuel, so maybe we'll make some time up in the last pit stop.
So yeah, obviously you mentioned the Speedy Mike cars are pretty quick. Is your money on Greg Hall crossing the line in first place in GTE? In the leading Speedy Mike?
Yeah, unless they have some sort of issues, then yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's fair enough. They've been quick all weekend long, so I do think I might have to agree with you there. You know, what's your feeling? Obviously, you had a fairly long stint. You know, what's your feeling? Are you nervous about handing the car over, or are you pretty confident that your teammate's going to be able to bring it home all intact?
He'll bring it home intact, no problem. He did 4 hours in the last race, so he's a pretty solid driver.
Yeah. Yeah, so there you are. Yeah, thank you for... I don't think I've got any more questions, unless Joey's got some questions for you.
This was meant to be a grilling interview. This is not really good.
I mean, I can ask you some questions about your personal life if you want.
Nah, not really.
I can think of some more questions. There was a lot of incidents over the first kind of 2 hours of the race. What was your take on that? Do you think it was all kind of clean from your perspective, or was there a bit of anyone that kind of you felt had a bit of a gripe against you, or something like that?
No, I think you had to be careful because a few people would dive bomb you, but other than that, it was all right. It's just yeah, be careful of diving prototype drivers as you normally are. It's a bit tricky on this track because there's like one line through the second sector, so sometimes they'll take your line from you, and you've got to open up the door for them because they're just plowing through.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, we've seen a lot of contacts from the there was one that comes to mind of Ernest Lappins, who's currently leading the LMP2 category, just kind of completely game-ended someone in a Ferrari, just hitting the brakes too late. So that is definitely something to watch out for. And yeah, how do you think the race start went? Because it was a bit of a mess, frankly, from my perspective. Do you think it could have gone better? Do you think it went as you were expecting, or?
I think GTE was clean. I messed up the start on mine. I sort of misheard the message, so I jumped and then I stopped, and then the actual green flag came. I was like, oh crap, and I dropped like 3 places, or made it back up. But I think generally for GTEs anyway, it was pretty clean start from where I was. I can't say behind what that was like.
That's fair enough. Yeah, that is it. I do have no more questions, so unless Joey's got something, you're free to go and do whatever. So thank you very much, Ben, for joining us in the commentary box.
No problem.
Yeah, you're welcome to stay or leave or do whatever you want, really. So yeah, thank you very much for joining us in the interview. Thanks everyone in the Seawolf GT car there, just joining us for a quick interview. There's a car off there in the background. I think there was must have been contact with that. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong screen. That was a while ago. Never mind, ignore me. But yeah, we're currently with Sam Butters in the Seawolf GT. He's just coming up to lap the Brazilian racing team BMW, the only GT car that isn't running a Porsche or a Ferrari. So it's held itself up very well. I must say so myself. It's been pretty quick. The BMW is quite a hard car to drive. It's currently running in 5th place in class, which is a phenomenal stuff because it's not a very BMW-like track. The BMW's a car that likes very long straights and it doesn't like tight, tricky corners. It's just long straights, like slow corners that aren't too tricky. So it's good to see it running so hard. The Brazilian racing team guys have done a great job so far this race with an hour and 12 minutes remaining. They should hopefully bring it home intact. I'll say that much.
Now that Ernest Lappens is in the pits, surely for a driver swap.
Yeah, that must be for a driver change.
And yeah, Mika Hakimi is on the car now.
There you go, the legendary Mika Hakimi, the most famous man in Malaysia, signed up to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Junior program in Malaysia.
Yeah, he was loaned out by AFP to Toyota Gazoo Racing.
Yeah, obviously they didn't want to let him go full time. So yeah, there you go. Mika Hakimi steps into the car in LMP2. He currently in 3rd place due to the pit stop. I think we'll be seeing him fly through the field on some fresh rubber. He's an incredibly quick driver, Mika. Obviously Ernest is very quick as well, but I mean Mika's got bragging rights because he technically drives for a professional race team. So I think he wins this one.
I gotta say, Ross, I'm very interested about how the strategies will work. As far as I know, Mika Hakimi's car will just about make it if they do I'm pretty sure it's like 1 more pit stop after this, or 2 more stints, right?
Yeah.
But you can see Peltman and Enqvist are on completely different strategies. Because they pitted a lot earlier than Hakimi. I'm not sure, are they gonna have to do a splash and dash at the end, or are they saving fuel? It'll be very interesting towards the end.
I mean, my presumption would be that they're saving fuel, but, with Mika Hakimi now on the charge, he's an incredibly quick driver, over 1 lap he is very, very good. So, with that in mind, I think they might be thinking, okay, we might need to change to a splash and dash now, because, when you've suddenly got someone bearing down on you as there is a GTE car running very wide off of that corner, and you do need to kind of obviously think about, is it going to be worth it, running slowly, because it might be more beneficial to have a really quick pit stop and then just push than it is just because it's better to kind of know for a fact that you can push and make it to the end of the race in that scenario than it is you're taking it easy and then even then you might not make it. So
oh wow, Pelkmans has just crashed with the GTE.
Oh, has he?
Well, yeah, he's taken out a BMW. That might not be too good for them. He just, I don't know, I was watching it live, and I'm not sure what happened. It looked like Pelkman sideswipes him, but I might be wrong. The stewards will have to look at that.
Oh, that's a big shame for both Conor Peltmans and the Brazilian racing team BMW. They were running so well.
Brazilian racing team? I thought it's Matex.
No, that's the BMW.
Yeah, Enqvist is on the charge now. It's only 7 seconds behind.
Yeah, so it looks like the LMP2 gaps are all going to be very close at the end of this race as we start counting down as the hours become minutes left now. Coming into the... Yeah, and there you are. Peltman's into the pit, so he must have damage.
I don't know, honestly. Maybe it is really the end of this stint now, and he has to do another. But yeah, that would mean they'd have to do 2 more stints after this. 2 more pit stops,
yeah, we will have to see what Conor Peltmans does. Obviously, it's his first time in an endurance race, but he's a very, very quick driver. He won the last series of the ARL F3. He's a podium finisher in the Formula Trout. He's currently doing another rFactor Formula Racing League where he's running very well. Its name escapes me, but he's won a couple races and laps, so he's a very, very quick driver. So don't doubt him at all. That's all I have to say.
Who's it?
Conor Peltmans.
Ah, I've never heard of him before.
He's quick.
You're F3 champ himself. And I'm wondering, is Santo Enqvist gonna have an answer to Peltman's pitting? But like, maybe, I don't even know why he pitted, but I'm pretty sure Brazilian racing team is reporting that incident right now, looking at steward reports. But, I mean, we'll see. It could play into the end, but even if they get a penalty, you shouldn't count them out. Anything can happen in an endurance race. We still got, how many is it? Like, an hour to go. So, we'll see.
We will see indeed. I've just been pinged in some server. Please go away. Sorry, I'm just having a bit of a dry throat, and that's Ronan Sukes, who's currently leading the DPI category. Just having a bit of a slide there in the 904 team. They've been running pretty well.
Good job for AFP leading both of the prototype classes, honestly. Oh
yeah,
no,
yeah,
they're not. Mika Hakimi is not leading, sorry. My bad in that. We'll see. I don't know how it will look in any of the classes. Gotta give more love to the GTEs though, for sure. My ticket is now leading for Sim Apex. We've been on a roll. I don't know what happened though to, what's that? I forgot the team name.
Speedy Mite. My assumption would be that Hall's either come into the pits or he's gone off because you know, they've been so quick this weekend that I don't think.
See with Speedy Mite, they're running 1, 2, 3 at the beginning of the race. Now their best car is in second. The rest are just gone.
Yep. So we'll have to see what happens over the rest of this race, as there is a yellow flag in a. There's not a yellow flag. I'm still looking at the wrong screen.
Nice.
I'm trying my best, okay? There's a.
Oh, never mind. Brazilian racing team haven't actually reported, or have they? I have no idea.
Oh, Greg had a mistake. Okay, so Greg did make a mistake. So that is the Sim Apex car leading legitimately. So that's
They didn't report it, so I don't know.
Yeah, so maybe the yeah, maybe they just don't. Maybe they think it was a racing incident. You never know.
Maybe packed, I don't know. Maybe they got paid.
Yeah, maybe they did. You never know.
Oh, Peltmans was in the pits again. What happened to him?
Ooh. Maybe Peltmans had damage. Maybe
he speeded in the pit lane when during his last pit stop.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to see. Can't see anything on the steward announcements channel, so if you did get a penalty, it would be full speeding in the pit lane.
Probably.
Excuse me there, sorry. Still yawning. Try my best. As we are on board here. Sorry, you were going to say something?
No, I said we're all tired, so don't worry.
Ah, that's fair enough. We're on board here with, I believe it's Malcolm Schneider in the Porsche. And I'm right, yeah, it is Malcolm Schneider. Schneider, he's a good lad, Schneider, pretty quick guy. Runs a great Discord server that has got links to loads and loads of leagues. So he's a good lad. I raced against him in a touring car league and he was very quick, although he could never make the tyres last. That was his car's fault, not really his, so I'll give him that one.
You sure about that?
No, he was running a front-wheel drive car and he was the only guy on the front-wheel drives to run softs and he was absolutely rapid, but they fell off the face of the earth with about 5 minutes to go.
Oh, that's not very good.
And it worked sometimes, like he was either 4th or last usually. But he also did cause an accident. Yeah, he also caused an accident that gave him on my first podium, so I'll give him that. I mean, yeah, Santu is in the pits apparently. Yeah, he is. Santu Winkvist, LMP2 leader, has come into the pits with an hour and 4 minutes remaining. I assume that's for his stop. He'll probably need to make at least one more.
And Kimi is in the lead, so now I can say AFP is leading both.
Where is Mika Kimi now?
Mika Kimi with the Toyota experience there. Don't know if you watched the Toyota documentary on Mika.
I did watch the Toyota documentary. It was very entertaining. It was very entertaining, I thought.
Mika Kimi getting that massage was my favorite moment.
It was very intimate, I must say.
Happy endings, I'm sure.
I mean, it's on Facebook if you want to go watch it. If you just search up, I think it's Toyota Gazoo Racing Malaysia. They've got a kind of new video series out on all their young drivers, one of which is our very own Mika Kimi. So if you want to go and watch Mika Kimi talk about being a racing driver now, and then feel jealous about how he's a racing driver and you're not, go do that. It's on Facebook.
Did I hear that right, Mika Kimi? That's literally 2 first names of a former F1 champion from Finland, both Mika Häkkinen and Kimi Räikkönen.
Yeah, exactly. It's destiny.
It's destiny.
He's gonna make it. It's destiny.
I mean, Häkkinen plus Kimi Hakimi.
I mean, he's a quick guy. So.
I mean, it's his real. I don't know. It's probably his real name if Toyota use it, but.
I mean, yeah, it probably is Mikhail Kini, but.
Still Destiny.
Yeah, like he's a quick guy. You know, he's got the pace on him. Like he needs to work on his consistency across different races, but he's definitely got the pace. So my luck, my good luck wishes go to him. Hope he absolutely bosses it.
Greg Hall's in the pits, by the way.
Oh, Greg Hall's in the pits. So the man who was leading our GTE earlier and then had a mistake is now in the pits. Thank you for pointing that out.
Oh god, there's a lot of traffic here, look at this.
Oh yeah, there's a big traffic jam as we're on board with the LMP2 car. As it flies round.
I think that's a Sim Apex.
That is a Sim Apex car, yes, and it's not a...
Oh no, that's the on board a Seawolf, and
yeah, that's...
down a Sim Apex, 2 seconds gap between them.
Ooh.
Less
that? Oh,
oh, Christ!
Oh no.
Sim Apex Sea-Mortars, clearly.
Oh, that's a bit of a...
let me count how long that'll take for Seawolf to report.
Yeah, and that's Benjamin Gilsinki. Benjamin Gilsinki touching with Sebastian Apostle. I think it was the Connor Peltmans. I'm not sure, to be honest. I believe it was Connor Peltmans in the LMP2 car.
Yeah, that was Peltmans.
Yeah, rookie to endurance racing, getting a welcome in the form of a love tap. That's one way to introduce someone to endurance racing.
Gelczynski's lost 7 seconds with that, but if you call him the first time, he'll catch him a second time, I'm pretty sure. If I just pull up laps, there's similar pace for the... Like, Gelczynski is up to like a second, 2 seconds lap quicker. So,
I mean, there is an hour and 20 seconds to go, so he's got the time to do the move, so get back up there and do it. In the subject of time, Mika Kimi is currently 55 seconds up the road, so his strategy... Oh, and there's a Ferrari run, that's another touch.
How do you not like get more damage from that, jeez?
That would be done. I'm certain that would be damage.
No report has been made so far, but it could
It's
change.
been a whole minute. Action stations, boys. Yeah, Benjamin Gilsinki's possibly had the unluckiest lap in this race.
Something's about to get real. Luca Gray has become an administrator.
No.
The drivers get oh, I can't remember the name. God, I'm so bad at English. Goosebumps when they see Luca Gray become an administrator. That was the word. Goosebumps.
I mean, goosebumps is a pretty hard word to remember, so don't worry about it. Your English is better. Your English is better than mine, like 99% of the time, and I am English, so.
No, let's not. Come on, you're too nice to me. Oh, Maciej Kacprzak has gone on the penalty. And oh god, just as that happens, Roland sits just rear-ends him. Oh, maybe Maciej got.
Oh no, there's a touch there!
Come on, that is dirty.
One of the One of the Sim Apex Ferraris has just been dumped by that LMP2. That'll be a report.
Do it close.
Oh, I don't see that. I need to literally go back on the stream.
This car ahead of me is why we're not P1. See? Watch him crash into it now.
No, he just completely dumps him.
Yeah. Not ideal.
Not ideal at all.
Literally said it at the same time.
Anyway.
I think I'm starting to use your vocabulary the more I commentate with you. Legend says in 2 races I'll be fully English and I'll have citizenship.
Or
we'll
just
see. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll only time will tell.
Only time will tell. See, copying you there again.
Anyway, Benjamin Gilsinki still going around. He's at 9 seconds back now on Sebastian Apostle. So that's a bit of a gap.
Yeah, but you gotta remember, the Sim Apex car is on its final warning. So that could easily be a penalty if they choose to report it.
Exactly. And then obviously Mika Kimi's just completely left everyone behind in LMP2 because he's that good. And then in GTE...
on and off with Ethan Lim here, I can see. I mean, I don't mean in a relationship aspect. They've just been with each other for a while now. Mika Kimi is around second lap slower, it seems, than Santu English. The gap is around 52, 53 seconds. And Kimi, I think, hits later than Santu, so I think the strategy should be the same, but we'll see. Maybe Hakimi will be able to run less fuel in the final set, I'm not sure.
Santu is one of those guys who can just find pace that no one else can find. So it's I understand if it seems like a big gap to Mika. Mika's a quick driver, and that seems like a big gap, like a second a lap quicker. But Santu is just rapid. I honestly sit there and I have no idea where he gets the pace from sometimes. It's simply incredible what he can do behind the wheel of a virtual car.
He's built different, I'd have to say, honestly.
Well, I mean, all that, you know, driving with wonky setups, it's helped him with the low downforce setups at different teams. He runs a weird setup, but it's quick, so I'll give it to him. So we'll see what Ernest can do. Not Ernest, Santu can do even. As he continues to a lap around about a second fast, still a 51-second gap to Mika Kimi. So Mika does have that. You know, he's got time. To, you know, as long as he keeps it on the road, everything should all be fine. I believe he might have had a retirement, I'm not sure. But the Porsche Speedy Mite, it's just gone last in the LMP2 category, and it was running reasonably high up, so I think we may have a retirement there.
Very sad for them, honestly.
Yeah, they were.
Jelle Bensbergen has retired due to suspension, apparently. Oh, sad, honestly. The car with, I think he was with Rob Timpen, who was earlier on.
You know, Rob Timpen at the start of the race was you know, he was pulling away. He was running you know, very well, and then suddenly he just kind of bottled it, to put it kindly. Just noticing on the timing screens there, it's very close between P2 and P3 and LMP2 and GTE even. Although I say that, and Sam Butters has just come into the pits, so never mind. There goes that battle. As we continue round with 54 minutes to go on the clock. Here in the Simplymod Endurance Series.
I think we'll start seeing people bid for their final stint, assuming they don't have to splash and dash at the end, which I think Fossil might have to do. We'll start seeing them bid around, for the prototypes, around 15-20 minutes. And that should be their final pit stop. I'm pretty sure, anyway.
Oh, this is a big battle. P1. Yeah.
It's a battle for P1. I don't know how that happened. I thought the gap was much bigger.
There we are, Greg Hall and Frems Matti, I can't pronounce that. There you go. That, I'll just get Joe to pronounce it every time. They're you know, right on top of each other. That's Speedy Mike. Oh, and there's an LMP2 down the inside. Connor Peltman's having a dive.
Are we gonna see what we saw with DPI though?
But yeah, Matty is suddenly all over the back of Greg Hall. That Speedy Mike Ferrari, which seemed ever so quick in the first stage race, and frankly was untouchable in the first stage of the race, suddenly finds itself under attack. Excuse me. I'm not sure if the Sim Apex car's got fresh rubber on it.
Penalty for Ellie Pelletier for cutting, I'm assuming, since the game was
we're gonna have an interview with Jonas Kaufman. I'm gonna just.
I think Greg Hall didn't hit that long ago either. So could be why he wouldn't.
Very cool.
Oh,
right,
Ellie Pelletier into the barrier. So.
Oh. Ooh. That's a shame.
That's a shame.
Ooh.
No, we're just basically Gary Neville's looking at bad decisions.
Oh, shouldn't have done that. Oh. Right, we're gonna have a Jonas Kaufmann on the interview. I'm just gonna drag him across, hopefully, if it wants to let me. I can't drag him across.
Joey, help us
drag
out.
him across.
Drag him across to the
The stream just works itself.
There we go. Jonas, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good, thank you. Thank you for joining us here in the commentary booth. How's everything going from your perspective? Is it all going to plan? Is it all well?
A bit, yes. I mean, I think it's actually quite enjoyable. I mean, I really like the track, and most of the drivers seem to be quite familiar with it. So got some clean racing about half an hour, 1.5 hours from the start on. And then we switched over, so we have 3 drivers today. And we did the second drivers swap right now.
Christ, so someone went off in turn 1, sorry about that.
Oh yeah,
it's fine, I saw that as well.
So yeah, you mentioned you have 3 drivers today. Do you think that's more of an advantage or more of a disadvantage? Obviously, you can afford to push your drivers more because they don't have to worry about conserving their energy, but also you don't have to spend more time in the pits doing a driver swap. So what did you reckon?
I can't really draw a conclusion yet, I think, because it's the first race that we do with 3 drivers. Up till now, we only had 2 drivers each race because someone always, did not attend because of, I don't know, personal reasons. So we will see. I mean, up till now, it's actually quite enjoyable to have multiple people around you that can spot you and look at the race information, the live timing and stuff. So I really like that. But yeah, we'll see if our third driver is capable of going the same pace as us. So if it pays off in the end, we're not sure yet, but we'll see.
That's good to hear. Obviously, had a fair few incidents through the first half of the race. It was quite hectic. Did you get caught up in any like contact or anything like that, or were you pretty clean?
Luckily, I didn't get caught up, but I had quite some close calls, I must say. I mean, first time through traffic in I think lap 3 or 4, I think that was tough. I'm not gonna lie, but. Yeah, other than that, I think I managed to, not be involved in any form of incidents. So I think I'm quite happy with my stint, I must say.
That's good to hear. I don't have any more questions. If anyone else has anything, you can go ahead.
I do not.
No, I don't. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Right,
thank you.
So
yeah, thank you for joining us. Yeah, thank you, and hope you good luck for the rest of it with your team, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Anytime. Jonas Kaufmann, everybody. As we focus back on the action, we've got oh wow, the GTE battle is still right on top of each other. We've got Greg Hall trying to defend for his life from Atika in the Sim Apex Ferrari, both really on the pace at the moment as they fly downhill into this left-hander. The Sim Apex car hasn't quite been close enough to make a move yet, but still think that he could just make a dive bomb maybe later on. He's just got to wait. He's biding his time, waiting for the right moment, and then he's going to pounce. That's what I think is going to happen, because that's speedy, my car. Well, it is speedy.
Turn 1, I presume. I presume turn 1.
It'll be turn 1, turn 3, or turn 5. That's what I reckon. That's what I said in my...
I think my theory, sorry for interrupting you, I think my theory has just been confirmed with the Sim Apex DPI. Because a stint should last around 40 minutes or so, right?
Yeah.
As you can see, Apostle is just pitted now with 15 minutes to go, which will mean he will have to splash and dash at the end, just as I initially thought. So we'll see. It'll be interesting between him and the Seawolf at the end.
So we are going to see a splash and dash towards the end of this race. But that's not the main focus. The main focus right now is on this GTE battle for the lead. Coming down into the 5th turn hairpin, very tight you use the camber of the corner to propel yourself out. Who'd have thought that with 47 minutes remaining the cars would be this close? This Portimao race has been absolutely action-packed, I must say. You know, we've had absolute chaos for 2.5 hours. Then, you know, for about an hour it's been pretty chill, pretty relaxed, and now with the last kind of entering the last phase of the race, again the action starts to pick back up again as drivers starting to make their final moves, trying to get the highest spots that they can. As we follow Greg Hall on board with Majita, well, I can't pronounce that, Matika, there you go, Matika, that's it. And in the Speedy Mike Sim Apex. I'm just gonna, if anybody wants to be interviewed, let me know in the YouTube chat or on the Discord or something, and I will get you in the commentary booth. Someone's overtaken Mika Hakimi. Wow. Ethan Lim overtook Mika Hakimi. I assume unlapping himself. That's a big Bulls move. Mika is
I just saw a Seawolf Porsche just disappear. I just teleported and now it's back. But Apostle has just crashed with a.
Oh no! Has he actually? Oh no!
Sometime that was one of the Ferraris. It was like a blue and white one. Let me find it.
And the Sim Apex DPI's chances are just spiraling downhill with every lap.
Yeah,
they were running so well early on, you know, all over the back of that 904 car currently being driven by Roland Sucks, and now it's just kind of seeing itself get further and further down the order. You know, at the moment it looks like they're gonna. At the moment it looks like they're gonna finish up in 3rd place. Obviously still there. Oh, and they pit again. Just must have damage, and that is yeah, it's heartbreaking for that Sim Apex squad. You know, they were so competitive early on in the race, and now, you know, it's still going to be 3rd, still going to be a podium, but you know, when you compare what might have been, it's you know, it's disappointing. You know, when you think about all the time that those drivers would have put into this race, it's yeah. So bad fortunes there for the Sim Apex number 64 DPI squad, but possibly good fortunes for the Sim Apex GTE squad that we are currently on board with, because they are still following Greg Hall in that leading Speedy Mike car. They are still all over the back of him.
Oh god, that'll take forever.
So we're just kind of slowly following. You know, we're getting closer. The gap is fluctuating constantly, so we've got to see what happens. Greg Hall taking a very tight line through there. That's interesting to see. But well, we may have to see what happens over the pit stops. The question is who's going to jump first, because really, whoever jumps first is going to have the advantage, because they're going to be on fresher tyres. The pit lane here is really long, and it's, you know, you don't really have any momentum until after turn 3, so you're compromised all the way down into turn 3. So I would expect the Sim Apex car to maybe try and go for the undercut. There's a big lock-up from that LMP2 that's trying to lap people here. So my expectation would be that the Sim Apex car will go for the undercut. It may try and stay out longer. It may feel that staying out longer is the best move, but let's do. Oh! The Porsche goes skidding off right in front of them, and that's enabled the Sim Apex car to draw level, and there was a big lock-up there from an LMP2 car as well ahead. And I believe it's got the move done. Yes, it does. And there you go. Ejector into the lead. Matika, something like that. Joey, how'd you pronounce it?
Matika.
Matika, there you go.
So another DNF, Ellie, Pelletier now.
Yeah, we also Ellie has retired. That's a shame. May see her jump back into the commentary booth in a minute. Then it's a possibility. That's a shame for her though. They were running reasonably well until that. So big shame for them. But we move on anyway. Benjamin Gilsinki into the pits, as you can see. That's allowing Roland Sooks to again get away. I believe Roland does have to make another stop, but that 904 squad is sitting pretty comfortably right now. They're looking pretty tasty. As Magic begins to pull away. He's definitely looking a bit faster than Greg Hall at this phase of the race. But Greg Hall doesn't want to give up that easily. He's a very quick driver, so I won't expect him to go down without a fight. But now again, as I was saying with the undercut, now the pendulum kind of swings towards Greg Hall because he can now take the undercut, which is powerful here. So we'll have to see what those two can do as we come down towards the back end of the track. There's Connor Polkman's, I believe, going around the outside of Greg Hall. The rookie he's done alright so far, to be fair to him. I'll give him that. Not a bad performance, I will say. Obviously, we know he's a quick driver. ARL F3 Summer Mini-Series champion, Formula Trout podium finisher, some other stuff as well. He's done a lot. Pride of Canada, probably the most famous person outside of like Justin Bieber. Yeah, he's a good driver, good lad. So it's good to see him running reasonably well. There is an owl going off outside, so I'm going to close my window. If you'll excuse me. Please shut up, thank you very much. There we are. Anyway, where was I before? Okay. So, we are going to head into the final ad break now before the end. So we'll just have a quick break and then we'll be back non-stop till the end for the action.
You could have prevented this with a Simplymod phone holder. Simplymod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a Simplymod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a Simplymod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, TTE or Formula 1 wheel, visit Simplymod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and others too. Round 5 of the Simplymod Endurance League here at Circuit Algarve to International. I don't know what it is in Portuguese. It's Algarve, it's Portimao, call it what you will. Greg Hall is started to gain a lead. Well, no, I take that back. Greg Hall isn't gaining a lead. Majetka is gaining a lead. Greg Hall's in second. He's falling back. Apologies for that. Team Apex have a drive-through apparently for replacing the clutch in the pits. That's an interesting one. Yeah, it's all kicking off. I will say that much. Just yeah, so that's all that's happened really. As we just follow Greg Hall round. Is the yeah, it's yeah, that's all I've got to say really. 37 minutes remaining in this session. It's been an action-packed race so far. I'm assuming the majority of people watching have watched the race, but if you haven't, first 2.5 hours chaos, then kind of middle hour was reasonably calm, and now it's starting to pick back up again. So we'll have to see what happens over the back end of this race. Oh, there's a big dive by the LMP2 there. Royal Blue LMP2 there. That was that was sizable. That's Christian Marcharek at the wheel. And there's a Sim Apex car from the background. I believe that might be Connor Peltman. I'm not sure. No, it's Roman Rattel. Roman Rattel. It's they do have very similar liveries. Connor Peltman's and Roman Rattel, so it's hard to tell. Connor Peltman's currently running a P3 in class, behind or P4, no P3 in class, behind Mika Hakimi and Santu Engvist, who are both seasoned veterans at the ARL endurance game. Connor making his first step over to the endurance side of things after winning the ARL F3 Championship, or mini-series over the summer. He was very dominant, some great wins. The win at Suzuka comes to mind. It was very much a solid performance, I must say. Yeah, that's all I've got to say really. And Portland was also a pretty dominant win. It appears that our graphic has stopped working on the left-hand side, so apologies for that. But with 35 minutes to go, you can see who's where at the top of the screen. So yeah, that's it is what it is. As we just carry on round, still focusing on Greg Hall here in that Speedy Mike car. He's closed the gap back into the Sim Apex car, but I am surprised that they haven't pitted yet. They both need to make one more stop, and the undercut here is powerful. So I would have thought that they would have tried to go for the undercut and maybe run a longer final stint, but it appears that they're going to try and run a shorter final stint. But you really do not want the Sim Apex car pitting first here, because that is a massive problem, because the undercut here is so powerful, so they can just kind of pull away almost. In fact, if the Sim Apex car pits first and there is another Sim Apex car there on the outside. Now, I've just been informed, I presume, that the Seawolf car is about to win the championship in the DPI category after this race if they finish where they are. So that's a big achievement for them to win it a race early. They are nearly double points ahead of anybody else, so they may have already won the championship then. That's interesting. So there you are. If anyone's interested in championship standings, Seawolf are currently sitting proud at the top of both LMP2 and DPI. And we've got the Sim Apex Junior team almost kind of running away with the GTE category. Their number 68 car are having a great time, I must say. My laptop's having a seizure by the looks of things. So yeah, it's good stuff from them. Excuse me. Yeah, but carrying on anyway. Here we are with Benjamin Gilsinki in that Seawolf team. Currently running P2 at the moment, but they are, well, they are just kind of running their own race. They've not been as quick as the Sim Apex or the 904 squads, but they've been consistent. That's what matters, because the Sim Apex has had accidents, and it's enabled them to creep up to P2. And obviously with the dominance in the previous rounds at Spa and at Sebring as well, they were a lap ahead of everybody else by the end of the race, or 2 or 3 laps ahead of second place or something ridiculous. The car was simply phenomenal. Benjamin Gilsinki was banging fastest lap after fastest lap on some very, very old tyres. So we'll yeah, so it's a deserved championship. Obviously it's not over till the Fat Lady sings. If they crash out, they only get 2 points for completing more than half distance. you know, we let it. We will commend them anyway for their actions. Up to this point in the championship, about 30 minutes to go now until they are crowned champions. It's a big effort from them. So they've been running well. It appears that the lead DPI is in the pits, an R04 squad, which will enable Benjamin Gilsinki to take the lead soonish, presumably, as we're on board with Sansu Engfist, the other Sim Apex car. It's a bit close for an LMP2. Royal Blue are only 10 points behind them, so they could go down to the wire. At the next race at Le Mans, the 12 Hours of Le Mans, which is a special race. If anybody watching wants to partake in an LMP3 car, you're very welcome to, because we are opening an LMP3 category for the last race, just to get the numbers up, make it a bit more exciting. Should be a bit faster than GT, not too much faster. So if you fancy mixing with some GTs and a prototype, if that's your thing, then I don't know what it would be, but there you are. So yeah, 12 Hours of Le Mans. It is at the end of November at some point, maybe start December. Can't quite remember off the top of my head.
Just thank God it's not 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Yeah, it's definitely not the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
We've had too many of those already this year.
But how many have we had? The official one, the GTR one, the ERC one, the EWC one.
Yeah, the one that Mr. Broadbent took part in.
Yeah, that's at least 5 or 6.
And not to mention the ones on iRacing as well.
Oh God. Yeah, there's been a lot of Le Mans this year.
Yeah. But which one is the official one? I know, it's the virtual one. Which virtual one? The one that was actually organised by the official one. Okay, that passes over.
Oh yeah, the one that had like 3 red flags and Max Verstappen calling rFactor retarded or something like that, I believe was the official quote from Mr. Verstappen.
And Fernando Alonso just being Spinella for the majority of the race.
Yep. Oh, to be fair, Simon Pageant did that very cool rig change, which I remember. That was very cool.
Oh yes, Jim was watching it on stream. He's like, "That's not going to work." And when he actually got it underway, it was actually after was it Mulsanne Corner? Was it?
Yeah, it just pulled out of Mulsanne Corner and it just died.
Yeah, it just died.
The pedals were still working, so he slammed on the brakes, but.
So basically, just changed the steering wheel and onto his rig, I believe, and he actually just got it underway. And Jim was like, "No way, no way!"
Yeah, it was a pretty impressive moment, I must say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was especially after the whole Lando Norris virtual Indy 500 incident that everyone took very seriously, which was a bit like, okay then. But that was it. the racing is virtual, but the emotions are real.
Yep, I know that way too much. Way too much. I mean,
don't we all?
Yeah, I mean, I still remember because as most people know, I am the team boss of the NRWO. Watching the race in Portugal earlier this year, David Bronfom was in like 3rd place, and he was rear-ended by Barbakov in the last few laps, and I was absolutely raging. Everyone was like, "Team Barbakov, way!" It's like, are you for real? Are you for real? I mean, I'm just like, the bad luck on my side is real. And the fact is, when I got Scott Davison in, I thought about it, okay, 1, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, we have high hopes. He's done perform well. And then, speaking of, and bad luck because of because it's Studio 3. It's the studios in Monte Carlo, isn't it? You know the one. The Azure. And it's like the most buggiest Monte Carlo of all time, or whatever. I shouldn't say that on there, could I? You never know who's going to be listening again. Possibly a bug in a barrier, and Davison crashed out. Not his fault, really.
I mean, obviously, racing games, they're very technical, especially a simulator. It's there's a lot of physics going on, you know, big tracks, you know, lots of cars, and when you're simulating everything that's going on, you know, there are bits of code that are going to go wrong. Unfortunately, you can't just have the perfect sim or game. There's always something that's going to go wrong. It's just luck whether that happens to you or not, unfortunately. Like, I've had many a bug kind of ruin my experience.
And not to mention, it's absolutely tense as well.
Yeah. Can be rather annoying, shall we say. If anyone wondering while we're looking at Santo, Mika Hakimi did come into the pits, but I believe that Santo and Winston Connor may have to do a splash and dash at the end of this race, so it should be pretty close in the LMP2 category. And yeah, that's about it. The Sim-Apex car is still leading the Speedrun car in GTE. Roland Sucks is still he's in the pits at the moment, but he's still leading the way at the moment in a DPI. With 25 minutes to go, a lock up there from that LMP2 car that's on screen. Lots of lock-ups here today. I mean, it's quite an easy place to lock up. The elevation changes, you know, in the middle of the corner, so it's quite easy just to, you know, be pressing the brake as normal, everything's fine, and then suddenly the track's going away from you and bang, you're locking up your brakes. It's surprisingly easy. So you come onto the main straight on board with Greg Hall, still pretty close to Matika in the Sim Apex.
Yeah, I can hear as well.
Apologies if I had something. I've just been informed that I had something in front of my mic. Is that any better?
Yeah, that's better. Way better.
Alright, it might have just been my jumper getting in the way. Sorry.
Is it a turtleneck?
No, it's not. It's like I've got like a dressing gown thing on because I'm cold, but I was kind of like lying down, so it was falling over my mic.
Yeah, I was. Speaking of jumpers, because many people know that I had my surgery to remove my thyroid recently.
Yeah.
Jumpers. I asked on both Facebook and Twitter that I need to, like, say, cover up the scar. And I said either get a turtleneck or just bring back a style and get like an Elizabethan ruff. You know, those very large neck braces from the Tudor times, where it's just like it's like neck braces that looks like Viennettas, you know. Yeah. Bring back those into style. And I'm thinking it would just be like proper funny to like I can't actually have a proper Elizabethan ruff to wear every day. You look absolutely odd, but at the same time you actually feel that you are your own person. At the same time, thinking this is the way I wish to cover up, and I wish it to be like, yes, this is the way to go. I want to know that I am not normal, and I will. And I will endorse this on you. You will adjust this, Dakota.
That's fair enough.
It's just like I wish that the actual style would come back to other people. But if not, then I'm just going to get a turtleneck, like perhaps a blue turtleneck, and actually just reincarnate Frozone. Honey, where's my super suit? Where is my super suit?
Great film. I'm going to be slightly controversial. I don't think the second one quite lived up to the first one. I still enjoyed it, but it wasn't quite as good as I wanted it to be.
Yeah, I actually agree with you, to be honest.
Yeah,
I mean, the first one is 100% the best, really.
I mean, the first one was just that good, wasn't it? Like, yeah, it was just fantastic. So, I mean, I ignore us getting sidetracked about The Incredibles and all that, but it's just one of those films that you can just sit down and watch it, and it's great. Like, over and over, it doesn't get boring.
Nope, just like Hot Fuzz, it never gets boring.
Hot Fuzz, oh god, every time, brilliant stuff.
Yeah, you always watch it over and over again for the greater good.
Yeah, for the greater good. Still, I must have watched that film 30 times now, and it still makes me laugh every time.
Peasant. I thought it more than 30 times.
Oh, sorry, it's not making a competition.
No. I'm just busting you nut, okay? Not like that. Oh my god. And I right back to what I was saying about my firework.
Yeah.
Before the operation, I was told by the doctor that one of complications that might happen after my thyroid operation is that either my voice gets deeper or my voice gets hoarse, because the thyroid is actually very close to the nerve that actually connects to my voice box. And if a slight twinge, I can actually go hoarse or deep for a few months. And nothing, and I repeat, nothing has actually changed, thank God for that.
Yeah, that's lucky, that.
But I have lost the ability to actually squeal. Like I tried my best to actually squeal. It's like, no, my voice just does not want to go like that anymore. I mean, like, I would do like a near flawless Brian Blessed impression with some squeals that he has done. But though I can actually still his voice is like, Gordon's alive.
I mean that's what happens. Like your voice just changes. Like I do a lot of singing, and like over lockdown I just didn't do that much because I just didn't have anything to do, and then came back and discovered I just could not hit any high notes. They're just gone now.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's sad when you lose some of your voices sometimes.
Yeah.
But as long as we don't lose our voices entirely, if we lose our voices entirely, then we wouldn't be doing this right here, right now, which is what we love doing, and that's commentary.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just great. You get to sit around and talk about virtual racing cars for a couple hours. What's not to love?
And not to mention random stuff.
Yeah, it's great.
Anyway, back on the topic, 20 minutes to go left in this race. Duke's still leading by a considerable margin. Looks like I'm going right to my prediction at the moment. It has to be said. Because as I said previously, because like I said, I'll quote Murray Walker again, I do not make mistakes, I make prophecies that immediately turn out to be wrong. This is a prophecy that is not turning out to be wrong, strangely enough.
Yep.
And it looks like my prediction is going a bit right in the GTE. Hall still keeping on there, but my prediction has gone terribly wrong in LP2 because I thought who's it? I couldn't think who's.
Mika Kimi replaced Ernest. He's currently on P2.
Okay, so if Akimi actually does a madness in the last 20 minutes or so and gets past Enquist some way, then I could have all predictions right. But again, it ain't over until it's over, a old saying goes, and we'll just keep on there to see how it goes there. Yeah,
I mean, Meek he's a very quick driver. Obviously he's on the Toyota Gazoo Young Racing Driver program over in Malaysia where he lives. But Santu is, he's phenomenal. He is one of those people that, I'd call him an alien because he just finds time in places where I don't know how. He's what he can do with a virtual car is simply phenomenal. So Mika getting to Santu, it's a big ask. He could do it if he just concentrated, got his head down and put some laps in. I believe Santu's on a fresher set of tyres at the moment, but he's also been in the car longer. So it could be tiredness could start to become a factor on his side. Mika's only been in the car about an hour.
Let me rewind that. Did you just say that Kimi is practically an alien, or is it?
No, Santu.
Santu. I can't see who it is.
Enquist, currently leading LMP2.
Oh, okay. So yeah, fair enough. I'll give you that one. But so looks like that's one prediction we'll get right. So yeah, but like I said, anything can happen. You could catch up in time.
Yeah. Enquist he could very easily go off and have an accident or something like that, or hardware failure. Touch wood, none of that happens for him. But can't predict the future.
But as even though you could be the best at you're driving in different leagues, you're always going to be vulnerable to something. In the case of Bono Huis, that's always going to be the internet connection, because I remember in Suzuka 2011 he disconnected on the formation lap when he was on pole and didn't get back into the race. And also, most notably, at Silverstone in 2013, he was leading from Martin Gosby, who was driving for GT Omega back then, and he disconnected from the race back then. So you can be the best. So that's practically proof that you can be the best of your ability, but you always have flaws, one way or another. And if you don't remember what it is Nick Rowland and Scott Woodward knows it properly well, because that was practically his best commentary moments back then, where he went, "Whoa, boys!" I'm trying to do my best Nick Rowland impression. Nick Rowland, if you're watching this, I do apologise for that impression. It was terrible, and I should never do it again. But you know, it is what it is.
I mean, yeah, like hardware issue. Obviously, with actual racing, you know, there's always comparisons between sim racing and, you know, in real life racing. And one of the things that comes up is, you know, the reliability issues that don't crop up in virtual. You know, you can't really get gearbox damage, or just, you know, random mechanical failures happen nowhere near as often. Then on the other side, you know, we do have to deal with, you know, hardware failure. So your wheel might fail, your internet might fail. Like the other day, I was commentating with Drillers Esports over their victory on the GTR 24 Hours, with Joey actually, and at one point in the morning, with a half an hour to go, we'll get ready for the big finish. My computer just turned itself off, and that was an event, because it suddenly just, the screen just goes black, and I was like, what? So that was an event.
I vaguely remember when I was on the formation lap for what would have been my first proper sim racing event. It was the FSR World Trophy Grid 2 back in 2012 at the Nürburgring. I was driving for a small team back then, Nemesis Racing, owned by James Pufra. And I was on the formation lap, and I noticed that the connection went off. And I noticed that my sister actually turned the connection off, because she wants me to do chores. I was like, you're really going to deny me that? You're going to deny me that? Are you serious?
Oh, like, that's unlucky.
That is just that is just brutal. I'm just like, I didn't know what to figure. It's all forgiven, of course, but like,
yeah. I mean, at the time,
when you try to prep for a race, even if you don't do well, you prep for a race, and that something like happens to you, it just stings you properly.
Yeah, I mean, it's like connection issues are one of, because they can happen so frequently. It's hard because it can just, I mean, it's like a mechanical failure in real life. Like, oh, and there's a battle for P5 currently going on in a GTE. Sorry, if you just excuse me there.
Sorry.
As we can see, what is one of the Speedy Mike cars being chased by the DDoS Porsche. Very close. And I'll just carry on saying what I was saying, but as I was saying, like, in real life, obviously your gearbox can just stop working. It's the same with, like, your internet can just die. So it is what it is. As we follow this battle for P5 in the GT category, it's the second Speedy Mike car, the number 71, I believe, unless I'm mistaken. I will just double check on that. It is number 71 being followed by the number 75 DDoS car.
Yeah, Felipe Cost versus Christian Cabay. I believe they were trying to pass each other a few corners ago, but looks like the gap is increasing, I think.
Makes me believe that it's likely that Philip Arcos probably made a mistake, and that now the DDoS car just to get right on him, and now he's managed to open that gap again now. And here we see Greg Hall back in the lead. Earlier when we were last with it was Matika that was leading with Greg Hall down in second place, but Greg Hall seems to have made that place back now over the Sim Apex 68 car, which is leading the championship at the moment, actually. But so Greg Hall sitting pretty comfy. It's about a 1.2 second gap between the pair. He's probably hoping that he can maintain that till the end of the race. Only about 15 minutes to go. What do you reckon? Do you reckon he's going to be able to do it? That Sim Apex car they've been kind of neck and neck over the second phase of the race. So we'll have to see what happens. As our timing screen has a little bit of a moment on the left-hand side. Roland Sucks is a minute up the road now on Benjamin Gilsinki. That's quite a big margin. So I think it's safe to say that unless something goes wrong, that 904 squad does have it in their bag. And then LMP2, Santo Engqvist, about 20 seconds up on Mika Kimi in P2. It's closer than it was when I last checked. I believe Mika's closed the gap a little bit, but as it stands, it's not enough. There's 12.5 minutes remaining. So he's going to have to pull about 2 seconds a lap on Santo if he wants to really have a chance, or hope Santo makes a mistake there. So we'll just have to see what happens in the last segment of this race.
Oh, nearly went. I thought he went off, but it turns out just lag really.
Yeah, as the race comes to a close, obviously the server hasn't crashed today, which is very positive to see. But we have had a couple instances of lag. There's been a few people sitting on the server, from what I could tell from earlier, that were just kind of spectating, which in the rulebooks you're not allowed to do, as it does cause lag, put stress on the servers provided by Saddler Computers. So obviously don't want to avoid it. Don't want to have a server crash that happened last time out at Spa. We had a red flag for it. So that's not ideal, but you know, Studio 397, they are improving the servers where they can. You know, just trying to make the thing stable. At the GTL 24 hours earlier this last month, there was not a single server crash in 24 hours, which was phenomenal stuff.
Phenomenal, seriously.
I mean, when you consider, you know, rFactor 2's reputation of servers, you know, to go an entire 24 hours without, you know, having to red flag the race. You know, especially when you consider earlier in the year as well, there was 2 red flags in the official virtual Le Mans. So it's good to see that the servers have been improved. You know, the whole coronavirus COVID-19 lockdown situation, you know, it's been mainly negative in the main part. You know, obviously everyone's kind of shut away from their families, but it has been positive for sim racing. We've seen lots of improvements to everything because of the influx of new drivers coming through, and all the you know, the sudden attention that it received because all the racing drivers of the oh, that's a big wobble there from that from the 900 car, I believe that is. All the attention it received because all the real world drivers were coming onto it just to, you know, keep racing when they couldn't in real life. So yeah, obviously positives and negatives to every scenario. Where I am at the moment, UK, we're in a mini lockdown again now. Much of Europe is doing the same, so we could be seeing possibly seeing another similar situation soon. Fingers crossed we don't, because that's not good. Frankly, even the benefits it does bring to sim racing, it's not good to be in lockdown. But we'll have to see what happens as we enter the last 10 minutes of this race, the 4 hours of Algarve, Portimao in Portugal, whatever you want to call it. Whew, it's all calmed down now for the end of the race by the looks of things, which is very nice. As we are just following our DPI leader and overall leader, Roland Sukes, round as he embarks on his final journey. Well, not final journey, final journeys, should I say. He's just he's been very quick, Roland. In the first stint, there was the 904 squad. They were running pretty well. Danny Robbins, was a few moments. There was a moment of contact. There was a spin somewhere. There was a penalty as well. There was a section in the middle of the race where it looked like Yanka Tao might actually come out on top because both the 904 squad and the Sim Apex 64 squad, which currently lies in third, which was being driven by Darius Andre at the time, both had a few penalties due to incidents that happened. But no, the 904 squads with come out on top. Roland Sukes is driven a very, very solid second stint. You know, from the start to finish of his time in the car. As we've got the LMP2 DDoS car in the pits. Joseph Fagg coming in for what looks like a splash and dash. And it's been overall, it's been, you know, a solid race. Benjamin Santo Engqvist, even who we're looking at on screen at the moment, he's come in and also done a spectacular job. Ernest Lappins was well on track to win LMP2. He was cut above faster than everybody in the field until he got a penalty. And then Santo Engqvist has come along in the driver swap and has simply been a cut above. He's just been, you know, better than everybody else in the LMP2 field. You know, Mika Kimi gave him a challenge just didn't quite have the pace. And I'm sure Mika will be very happy with the second place, of course. You know, still 20 seconds back. He's managing to hold that gap true. And he's managed to finish ahead of Connor Palmans as well, who was also a very quick driver. Despite it being his first ARL endurance race, he's managed to be in a podium spot. Is a great accomplishment for Connor. So well done to him. Santu's just been a cut above, and now I believe we're following Greg Hall around all the other speeding white Ferrari. Yep, I believe it's Greg Hall. Yes, it is Greg Hall because Antika has fallen back a bit. I don't know if his tyres have gone off or he's made a mistake, but he's now 4.5 seconds back. And well, that speeding white Ferrari has just been dominant, hasn't it? They were 1-2 on the grid. Managed to, at the start of the race, their Porsche teammate in the speedy white Porsche, Rob Tempen at the wheel, managed to get in front. And Rob had a couple spins. And the Sim Apex Ferrari was at the front, and then the speedy white cars managed to get through. And now this speedy white car, the number 51 car, has just been dominant over the since about an hour and a half into the race. Now, just before we go into the last few minutes, we're just going to take one final commercial break, and then we will be back with you for the end of the race.
You could have prevented this with a Simplymod phone holder. Simplymod offers a wide variety of phone holders, dashboard mods, steering wheel mods for Thrustmaster and Fanatec wheelbases. Do you want a display with all your racing information? Get a Simplymod phone holder and change your phone into a dashboard. Do you want to upgrade your T300 wheel? Get a Simplymod T300 steering wheel mod. To upgrade your standard T300 wheel to a GT3, TTE or Formula 1 wheel, visit Simplymod store now and get your next mod. Link is in the description. Tired of driving single player or trying to host local servers? Then Sadler Computers is your solution. Sadler Computers is the official server host for Ace Racing League Championships. For only £7.99 per month, you can get a fully customizable and fully managed rFactor 2 server with 24/7 operation. Updates are done every 48 hours and private or public live timing is available. With a great customer service and optimal running server, Sadler Computers gives you a seamless experience. Get your rFactor 2 server now on sadlercomputers.co.uk.
Welcome back to the final 4 minutes and 30 seconds of round 5 of the Simplymod Endurance Series here at the circuit, the International Algarve, or however you pronounce it. I do not know. I do not speak Portuguese.
Just Algarve.
Algarve works, or Portimao, call it what you will. It's we've had a great race here at the track today, and as we close in on the final laps, on board here with Greg Hall, the leading GTE car, the Speedy Mite number 51 Ferrari. It's been a great race. We've had the chaos at the start. We had a report gate where everyone was just reporting incidents, and now the last hour and a half it's just been very, very calm, and I appreciated that because it's just been nice just to kind of sit on the floor of the room I'm in, just with my phone plugged in and just talk on my phone. It's been very nice.
Yeah, and I just got my tea with me as well.
Oh, living your best life. I'm gonna go get one of those the second this is over.
Yeah, Mexican chicken with peppers filled with rice, Mexican Mex. It's all good. All good.
Sounds very nice.
Yeah, and also chicken. I've already tingled Joey's senses behind the scenes.
Nice. Well then, coming into the last 3 minutes, it's Yeah, coming into the last 3 minutes. It's here we are with Roman Rattel. He's 4 seconds back from 4th place. I don't think he's going to be able to improve on that.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah, I mean it's the back end of the race. I don't think.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a spin there though.
Oh no, it's Sooks.
Sooks get hit there.
Wow.
And there was just this massive LMP cars there that I think.
It looks like when he was trying to in track 4, he had a puncher, but it looks like he didn't. Well, can we get a replay on that? Oh no. Maybe we'll look it back on the stream. Look it back on the stream.
Everybody wants to see Casbrick on the YouTube chat for some reason. Get him on screen for some reason. There you go. He's on stream.
I do know that.
Joey, do you just want to drag Ellie across just for the last minute or something?
Yeah.
Alright, I think Joey's died. He's not responding. If you're watching this, Ellie, you might drag you across. I don't know.
I saw it back on the stream. Apparently, someone spun off in front of him. He was trying to reverse, and he went into his pathway. Another LMP one. Red and white, basically Toyota-esque.
Well, there you are. And there's someone's.
Oh
just
no!
That's
Come on, Sooks,
again.
keep it together, man. You're nearly there.
Should we? Is this with Sooks with now or no?
Oh, for crying!
Oh no!
Are you serious?
No! That's the leader!
Get back on track!
What's going on?
You are my predictions. Just get back on track!
What's going on? This is
Are
the
you
leader!
serious?
Benjamin
Please!
Helsinki's 50 seconds away!
You're nearly there! 10 seconds to go,
what
but he's 40.
Why did he...
Just keep it on track. Keep it on
What
track.
happened?
You're
Why
nearly
did he
there.
just fire off? Roland Sooks is going to win this race. He's trying to spinning out the line. Roland Sooks is going to win this race for the 904 squad.
Yeah, but I have to.
Oh my goodness!
Congratulations to Roland Sooks, but where's there really? I think the reason why he went off is because he wants to save time. He didn't want to have to do another lap. But don't do it like that. Don't
smash into the wall.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah,
my
big
goodness,
enough gap.
Benjamin.
Slow down.
Benjamin Helsinki's going to finish second in the DPI category, and it looks like the Simapex squad is going to finish in third. Here is Greg Cool. He's just following Santu Enqvist. Greg Cool on his way to victory, and Santu Enqvist as well in the LMP2 category. What the hell just happened? My brain has just been absolutely fried by that.
Yeah, I'm practically the same here as well. It's just like, I'm just having a look at the comments back here, and it's like, "Lol, game over." Oh my god, what is going on? He doesn't want a trophy now. He wants to give the suspension until the end.
Anyway, here's Santu Enqvist in the Seawolf LMP2, about to cross the line to take the dub. There you go, LMP2, Santu Enqvist. A great performance by them.
More comments. Mission Spino said he is a paid actor, and Alex, by the way, Alex,
he's a gigantic boob.
A gigantic boob. What a breast, this guy.
As Greg Cool crosses the line to win the GT category for Speedy Might. What a great race we've had on our hands here today. Action-packed. Everyone's doing donuts at turn 1. It's an absolute graveyard down there of just. My mind's still going on. Roland Sooks, what was that? What was that?
Yo, Manchester said, imagine if we blew the engine there doing that. Yeah,
here are your results for the race. We've got Roland Sukes taking the win in the 904 squad, then Benjamin Gilsinki coming home second in the Seawolf DPI, then third Sebastian Apostle in the Sim Apex DPI. Then in the LMP2 category, Santu Enfers takes the win for Seawolf, apologies, followed by Mika Kimi in the AFP car. Then Connor Peltman's on his debut in this championship, coming home third for Sim Apex. Great performance by the ARL F3 champion there. And we've got Christian Malcharek coming home in fourth, and Roman Rattel in the second Sim Apex car coming home in fifth. And the fourth in DPI was Anna's in the OPP car. And then sixth was Joseph Fag in the LMP2 category. Hopefully the graphics will just move on to the next screen in a minute. Although won't.
Yeah, here
we are. Then moving onwards, then we have Patrick Silvassi, Ethan Lim, Nick Newcomb. That's not a great performance from him, unfortunately. In the 360 car, they ran into lots of problems late on. Robert Dubai, Matty Kasperzik, and then Daniel Ball rounding out the LMP2 squad. Then Greg Hall takes the W, takes the win in the GTE for Speedy Mite. He was followed by the Sim Apex car. And then here's just the rest of the GTE field. You can see lots of GTE cars. Following this, there'll probably be the retirements, I'd assume. So yeah, it's been a very action-packed race today, I must say.
Very action-packed.
The first 2.5 hours were just absolute chaos, and I still can't comprehend what happened on that last lap with Roland Sukes. But yeah, it's been. I
don't think anyone can.
Yeah, I did. I think the comments kind of sum it up. Ellie gave me a heart attack. But yeah, so thank you for tuning in to round 5 of the Simplymod Endurance series here at Algarve. Next time round, we've got the series finale, the 12 hours of Le Mans. So make sure you are tuning in for that. It's going to be a great race. We're going to have a big field as well. We're adding LMP3 to the field just for that race. I might even be hopping in for a stint or two of that. So keep your eyes peeled. Keep your eyes peeled on the Discord, on the YouTube, on the social media and everything here at Ace Racing League. Thank you for tuning in to the Simplymod Endurance Round 5 at Algarve. See you next time.